Hey, yo. Morning party people. And I'm getting some stuff ready. Downloads and everything. Just want to say, hey, how are we doing? Alright. Oh boy. Yeah, we can talk normally about this one, right? There won't be any problems. This won't start a whole discourse in the TTRPG scene, getting reactions from all kinds of crazy stuff on the political aisle. No? No. Opera, please stop opening stuff up as the default in your browser. Your PDF reader is dog shit. Okay, there's the player materials. Quick start adventure. I don't know that we'll be getting to today. I got the pre-gens. See if it's a heartbreak or not, right? Heartbreak is such a buzzword, and it's just basically used as nothing but a derisive and denigrating term. People that say like, "Oh, well, you're just making a fantasy heartbreaker," it's really just a way to try and like slap the designer's face. Honestly, I don't really like using that term because like it. This is just going to be something that's going to deliver the D&D like experience, then like, all right, like, okay. I don't think it necessarily needs the like, oh, you're never going to make any money off of this like thing kind of tacked onto it. That's always a bit like, derisive. But Dragon game is a useful term for D&D likes, yeah. Okay. Now, is this gonna work? That's the quick start, and then this is the open beta playtest material. Is that yeah, D&D killer is in the same camp. These are just buzzwords that like it just doesn't really mean anything anymore. Okay. So a couple things here. I have not really given this game a whole. The fuck is a Heartbreaker game? Okay. Heartbreaker games, at least what the term has like kind of come to mean, are like you made a game that you put a whole lot of work into, and it broke your heart that it didn't make the money or it wasn't as successful as you wanted it to be. Like it's just one of those things that it's like I don't really get what it's trying to do other than like kind of talk shit about the game. I've never been a big fan of the Heartbreaker term. Anyways, yeah. Now, with the Daggerheart open beta playtest, two things here. Number one, Darrington Press is sending me a physical, like, press kit, which I have no idea. Like, I don't know what's going to be in that. So I'm going to, whenever that gets here, really dig deep into it. Here's the deal for me. To people that are looking for somebody to give them a yes or no, is this a D&D killer or XYZ, is this going to replace D&D? Stop looking for that. Here's my advice. Stop looking for that. That is a pointless, fruitless endeavor. There is not a game that is going to come along that is going to be or should ever be your forever game. I've done a video on this because it seems like there's quite a few people who are disappointed that this is not absolutely going to be the thing that is going to kill D&D 5e. Stop it. Stop looking for that. That's an absolutely unhealthy mindset to have, and all it's going to do is develop this like constant toxic positivity in your mind around like anything you do like. Now you have to worship it like a fan, and you develop this very parasocial relationship with the creators. Stop it. All right. Now, this game right here, that does not mean that just because it quote-unquote won't kill D&D, or what the hell ever anime bullshit we're talking about where like some protagonist is going to come along and slay this big supervillain. Okay, this game has a right to exist. Any game has a right to exist. It doesn't have to kill D&D to justify existing. I did a video on this, but it's still crazy how people are reacting so negatively to that. If you got that kind of mindset and that you're looking for a game to kill D&D, stop it. You're not engaging with this community healthily, all right? It's never truly gonna... It doesn't have to die. Nothing has to die. It never will. It's in the Creative Commons. There's so many people that have made other D&D 5e clones. I don't know what this final state is going to be where it's like, WotC goes bankrupt. I'm like, who the fuck... What's the end state there? What? Like, there's another game that comes along that's, like, more successful than D&D 5e and it's more popular? Who the fuck cares? Like, move on and just, like, play other games. Like, let's stop trying to, like, hold these things up as something has to be a D&D killer, because all it does is makes the entire discourse fucking stupid. It's so fucking dumb. Quit doing this. It's just, this is the one thing that bothers me so goddamn bad about current TTRPG discourse, is that because something isn't coming along that is killing D&D 5e, therein we need to shit talk it. I don't... Yeah. Every stop working... Yeah. Now, how am I cooking this hard today? Oh, I woke up and this has just been bugging me for a hot second. Yeah. Okay, but are they friends or something? Calm down. I'm fine. I'm just annoyed by this. Even if 5e gets supplanted by something else, likely a future edition of D&D and maybe future editions. Oh, hey, Khadgar, thank you so much for the gifted subs. No, yeah, no, Vagabond won't be the D&D killer. Oh, geez, how many gifted subs did you just give? Oh, for the 5 gifted subs, man, thank you so much. Dwarf goblins. Now, no, we should not be looking for a D&D killer. We should just be looking for games that we like to play. Like, that's it. People don't get pissed off that Catan is not not a Monopoly killer. That Train to Ride is not a Jenga killer. This is the only hobby in which I've seen people really engage with it like this. Like, oh yeah, the thing that's up on top right now, we need something to come along that just absolutely kills it. Like, what, are we gonna say that, like, Spy Family is the fucking Attack on Titan killer? No, that's not how... yeah, Pokemon, right. Like, okay, so like Pokemon World of Warcraft, right? These are like the two famous, I guess, examples we could say of other shit. But like, this mindset, wherever this comes from, all it seems to be is like, there is a game that is up on top or something, and like, Ruby is the Ruby, yeah. Like, this kind of mindset doesn't actually do anything. Buddy Daddies is the Spy Family killer. See, but like, this is a buzzwordy discourse that like just doesn't actually contribute anything productive. And like, it's just not helpful, right? They love the bandwagon, so it kind of comes, yeah. And then whenever something doesn't really like live up to that mindset, then like, they get pissy with it. And this is what I think we're seeing happen with Daggerheart in particular, right? I have seen people complaining that Daggerheart didn't seem to just take 5e and massively improve on the model. You know, and then it's like, okay, well, if that's what they did, then you would be complaining that it's just too 5e. Or like, you know what I mean? Like, it's just 5e with some extra shit slapped into it, right? It's... Hey, what up, Maxwell? Is this about is Daggerheart the D&D killer? What, MCD top? Yeah. Like, this kind of discourse goes on like crazy. It's obnoxious. And as somebody that's making my own game, it's not helpful to designers either. So, yeah. You had to learn the very hard way that Pathfinder isn't the D&D 5e killer. If you're vilifying a game, you're not really doing yourself any help there. Yeah, so don't vilify a game, right? So like, just kind of, if it's not for you, don't play it and move on. If you spend any of your energy hating on something because it's not a thing you like, and it's just a game? Come on. Come on. It might, yeah, I'm not saying it's not coming from a bad place, but I don't think it's productive behavior, you know? Like, I don't think it's coming from a place of ill intent. I'm just thinking that it's still a bad behavior. I don't think somebody is, like, itching a mosquito bite because they want to hurt themselves. They're doing it because they've learned a bad habit, you know? Yeah, play games you like no matter what. Yeah. There you go. Now, you're baffled by people claiming this playtest is too similar to 5e. It's because they haven't read it. For me, I have gotten a skim of the character sheet. I have heard a little bit. I stepped in on Ked's live stream reading of it for about, I don't know, maybe 20-30 minutes. But this is a big ass book right now that they've released as a playtest. There is no way that I could really go through all of this and break it down into something as concise as a 1-minute short. Giving my thoughts on this, I would rather, if they wanted material this extensive to get this kind of feedback on, I would rather be brought in as a consultant. But I'm down to give this one a look because I know that there's a lot of discourse going on around it. I want to see what's happening with the resolution mechanics, and I'm also aware that the action economy is doing some things that have some people a little bit like on. So I'm going to be taking a look, see a bit of a skim of character creation. I don't know exactly how long we're going to be here today, but I do definitely want to give this one a look. You know, as I look at, well, yeah, and see, but you see how none of these games really came along and like killed World of Warcraft? It's just, yeah, and so none of this is really all that helpful. None of that discourse is really all that helpful. Okay, rulebook has not gone through an editor yet. Oh yeah, by the way, while we're looking at this one, another thing, there could be typos, there could be errors, given the gut reaction of immediately like, oh, well, that one thing is in here. Oh, well, fuck this game. At this point, where Vagabond is currently setting is drastically different from where it was even like 4 months ago. Or, you know, maybe even like 2 months ago, right? So, like, I know as a game dev how feedback helps out in a thing evolving. So before we give those like reactions in chat or like wherever, breathe. So no, this is a thing that they're testing out that they know works. They have a system core that is in operation to do the thing that they want to do, and that is tell fantasy role-playing stories, right? Yeah, there you go. All right. So let's approach it. Yeah, eyes opened, mind's open as well. All right. Now, the game is in active development. Yep. The balancing of adversaries is still in exploratory phase. I get that as somebody that is working on really what the threat level of monsters means in Vagabond. I absolutely understand why this feels like a really complicated portion of it. All art is subject to change. Okay. We will release new updates periodically during the open beta. Okay. Even though we're in beta, you can stream your games. Okay, there were many inspirations for this games. You can see touchstones in the introduction. Quiet Year, Blades in the Dark, and Apocalypse World. Okay. Here's my deal. Personally, for me, I'm not a big fan of Powered by the Apocalypse style games. I need more meat to latch onto. Insofar as I was looking at games like Dungeon World. Dungeon World was also one that I just feel like I kind of like... I never really felt like I was quote-unquote playing the game. It's really weird to explain that critique, and I know that people like that game. For me, it just wasn't the thing that I really felt enough legitimacy to really like kind of latch into and feel hooked by. It's just personal take there. It's interesting to see Cypher System mentioned in here, so that's cool. 13th Age's backgrounds. I have Fantasy Age. I need to actually get 13th Age. I've heard a lot of good stuff about that game. The Wild Sea. I thought this was like a newer game. Huh. Making PBTA work from a meat/tactical POV. Yeah, you're a huge PBTA fan, but a lot of them could use a bit more crunch. It feels like it focuses on trying to explain things too cinematically to me, rather than just giving me game terms and keywords for me to like kind of bite into. Yeah, that's at least just the way I felt. And no, I won't be giving a whole discourse on that. Okay. 4th edition and Flee Immortals, The Quiet Year, so okay, Apocalypse Keys, so another PBTA game. Okay, so I have been kind of expecting that Critical Role was always going to go the route of more Powered by the Apocalypse style games. It seems like whenever they're running, especially stuff for like a sponsorship, and like 5e's sort of rule structure won't really work out for the sponsorship or whatever, they switch over to a PBTA hack in some case. Yeah, Taron, yeah. So like, if we saw like in the case of the, what was it, the Tears of the Kingdom sponsorship thing, they hacked Powered by the Apocalypse in order to get do that sponsorship instead of 5e, just simply because Powered by the Apocalypse, it's a system core that makes a lot of sense for lower magic stuff. Rather than 5e super fantasy. I feel like this has just kind of been the critique I've had about a lot of 5e stuff here lately. But anyway, so welcome to Daggerheart. What is a tabletop role-playing game? The kind of role-playing game is Daggerheart. So this is going to be a fantasy game, right? High fantasy, heroic, narrative-focused experience. Okay, narrative-focused experience. I'm just gonna... There. With combat as a prominent aspect of play. Okay. Facilitating emotionally engaging, player-driven campaigns. Okay. Sorry, I don't know where these hiccups came from. That are punctuated by exciting battles and harrowing challenges. The game takes a more rules-light approach to its design. I don't know that I would say that. I'm looking at a 400-page book here. Encouraging players in the game to focus on the story they're telling rather than the complexity of the mechanics. It asks them to act in good faith with one another, to tell the story the best they can, and looks to provide structure when it's unclear how things might resolve within the story. The system has a free-flowing approach to combat to avoid stopping... Okay, so free-flowing approach to combat to avoid stopping down the game into rounds, and doesn't rely on grid-based movement of the maps and the minis. Okay. Is there a positioning system? Purpose in creating a game that utilizes the kind of terrain and map building that miniature-based games are known for, while Daggerheart making more streamlined, approachable, and focus on delivering a great narrative experience at the table. Okay, so I'll probably already let you know, with this much focus on like narrative, it's already probably not going to be the game for me, just right off bat. This is not a bad thing, because I know I have plenty of friends who this type of game absolutely appeals to. They love playing these kinds of games. Absolutely. But for me, I kind of just like the dungeon crawl procedures. I like the feeling of like combat is a thing I can latch onto. And personally for me, if it has this sort of like combat's a conversation between you and the GM, it kind of makes me worry, throws up a little bit of a red flag about the strength of the integrity of the rules. What I mean by that is I prefer systems that are allowed, or, well, I say allowed. I prefer systems that are capable of solo or guided roleplay, because it lets me know that the system is confident in itself here. Banana rule redone as pencil and paper. Oh, okay. Yeah, 24-hour Daggerheart deep dive stream. No. We're not doing a whole deep dive on this one.
You want systems that are small, smooth.
Hey, what up, Ken?
Doing Daggerheart.
I'm gonna go through it. Not the entire thing, but I'm definitely trying to highlight my first impressions right now.
Kind of like what we were doing on my stream the other day. It's just like I'm just like gonna go through, find some major points. See.
Yeah, I'm trying to hit resolution mechanic. I'm trying to hit leveling. I'm trying to hit combat, and I want to see what they have in here for position. Because I don't really want to. Let me see here. I don't really want to go in deep because, like, if you're looking at classes and like, oh, how good is this class? That's not what I'm really doing here. It's just sort of like seeing what's up.
Yeah.
Oh god. Okay. I don't want to get into the meat of their playing physically disabled characters section in this thing. What do you need for play? What kind of game? Okay.
It can't be like Cypher system mentioned it. I just got into. Did we already mention it? What?
Yeah. Yeah. Do you not see that in the touchstones?
Oh, yeah. It's in
okay,
touchstones.
Yeah. They threw the shout out to Cypher system. Heart of the game. The heart of the game. Okay, in Daggerheart, you'll take turns speaking at the table, describing what your characters do, the consequences of those actions, and how the narrative evolves because of those consequences. When the rules call for it, or when a situation seems like it needs it, you'll roll the dice to see what happens next. Depending on the result of those dice, the dynamics of the conversation will change. The dice that players use in Daggerheart generally come in two different categories: your duality dice and your damage dice. Okay. Your duality dice are two 12-sided die, referred to as D12s, that are of different colors, one representing hope and the other representing fear. These embody the fate of the world around you and its effects on your success. Your damage dice correspond to the weapon or spell you're wielding and express how deadly a successful attack you might be. Okay. So it's roll to hit, right? Ken?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, it's kind of a graduated success. I think there's like a 4-stage possible success thing. It's sort of similar to Pathfinder in that way.
Yeah.
But yeah, for the most part, it's like it's not auto successes or anything like that. Unlike hit strikes.
Yeah.
It's still pretty much just a success or fail mechanic.
Oh, Zormar Ribkiss. Hey,
5 degrees.
Thank you so much for subscribing with Prime over on Twitch. Hey, welcome. Oh. Now, in terms of solo play, how do I know Ironsworn? Yes. Yeah. I personally think the strongest solo play system out there right now, I think that Dragonbane has a really, really solid solo core. They just don't have a lot of like solo support going on for it. Mm-hmm. I think that probably the most interesting one, in my opinion, right now for solo roleplay is Rune by Spencer Campbell. I go check it out. Rune by Spencer Campbell. It doesn't get a whole lot of press, at least not as much as Ironsworn does. But you're gonna feel a bit more of the board gamey kind of feel to it. There is also one last one, and then we'll get back in on it. Where'd it go? I've got Miru somewhere. Aha! Here you go. Da-da-da. Oh, come on. Come on. Oh my god, this was my favorite solo game of last year. Miru by Hinakoto. Very cool little experience, condensed down. Yeah, I thought that this was a lot of fun. And I played this one on stream. Now, yeah, Rune is so good. The sequel Reap is out too. Yeah. Now, anytime you're making a roll to see whether you succeed or fail at something, you roll your duality dice and take the sum of their results, plus any modifiers you have that apply to the action. If the total is equal to or higher than the difficulty set by the GM, it's a success. If it's lower, it's a failure. You'll also tell the GM whether your hope or fear die rolled higher, and the situation around you changes based on that result. We'll discuss this more in depth on the core mechanics section of part 2. So, is this like if the fear die is higher, this counts as like more of a failure than.
Not necessarily a failure. It's weird. They credit Cypher for like the intrusion mechanics, even though like it's really not the same thing. But basically, if it's like if hope is higher or fear is higher, there's more of a like, I don't want to say positive and negative, but there's just ways for the GM to like go in and do something with that flavor one way or another.
Yeah.
Different mechanics in the game can play off of it in different ways. So it's not like it's one thing or the other. It gets a little messy back and forth, but it's a neat idea.
Yeah, I honestly, my just gut reaction right now is just like I don't like the twee of calling it hope or fear. It's just it's not really the kind of like style vibe or whatever I would kind of go with. It feels too much like friendship is magic in my mind. Like, you know,
kind of how they seem to style a lot of their products though. Like they're very in like go as socially left as possible. Let's make this like super awesome, feely, emotional.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of the like feels, you know, emotional style gameplay. It's just not really for me, and I'm sure there's people that's, you know, totally fine and out there for, but like sometimes I just like the feeling of being hype about a thing and not really needing to get in depth with like exploring the emotion, having an emotion as complex as hope or fear represented by a die. I don't know. It's weird. Yeah.
The one time I have liked feelings in a game was in Lasers and Feelings.
To be honest about how the mechanics are being utilized, it's just like I said. I picked up this word from Spice 8 Rec, and I'm gonna forever love it whenever I'm describing Critical Role stuff. It's twee, TWEE, and there's a sort of like, it's almost an attempt at being cutesy and whimsy, where it just comes off as a little bit obnoxious. It's just not really my flavor. I'm sure people out there love going, you know, to antique shops or what the hell ever. This is just not really for me, right? And it's weird how much just naming a thing. Spicy Boy mentioned, Spice 8 Rack is fucking great. It's a little saccharine.
I feel like if the game is made around it and done right, I feel like that like cutesy quiet thing can work, because I look at Jason Cordova's Brindlewood Bay, and I think that works very well, because that is what it's about. You're little old ladies in a book club solving like Cthulhian murder mysteries, and it fits. This is a high fantasy adventure setting. To me, that instills something different than cutesy and
you know,
as you said.
For a genre that has for decades been, you know, like, the gritty, I say gritty, you know, the dark dungeon crawl dangers and all this stuff. And it just feels like there's a tonal difference that almost makes me worry in the same way that I was initially worrying whenever I was going through Candela. Because it was like, there's not really an understanding of what the genre is. That was just initial take. And again, I'm not saying that that's exactly what I'm forming here. I've literally just looked at the names of the resolution mechanic, but I don't like that gut feeling.
Now, I haven't read the whole document because it's like 400 pages and I just skimmed it. But from what I've seen, at least they don't like morally browbeat you like they did in Candela.
Yeah, I think, at least from my understanding, that there was a discussion about that. They use scars in the system. Yeah. All right. So for each game in Daggerheart is called a session, or each game in Daggerheart is called a session, and these sessions are typically a small story that makes up part of a larger narrative that plays out over multiple sessions. Okay, so this is tabletop role playing. Sometimes in long campaigns, you'll run arcs, multiple sessions. Okay. Open-ended campaigns that last a few months or even years, getting together every week or two to combine their character stories indefinitely. but you may choose to designate a certain number of sessions per. Oh, okay, all right. Your group may decide to. All right. There's a winning or losing in Daggerheart. The traditional sense, craft a narrative that is fun and exciting for everyone, and you've already won. All right. Most important rule is that you make the game your own. The rules included are designed to give you an enjoyable experience at the table, but they should never get in the way of the story you want to tell, characters you want to play, or adventures you want to have. As long as your table agrees, everything can be adjusted to your group's playstyle. If there's a rule you'd rather ignore, or a modification that works for you, feel free to implement it with your table's consent. Okay. Be a fan of your character and their player principles. Okay. Okay, principles. World overview. The world that you will explore in Daggerheart will typically be one of great magic, wondrous landscapes, mythical beasts, and powerful foes. In this game, that world is something that you're encouraged to build together at the table. You may, of course, always choose to use an existing location you're already familiar with, or supplemental setting book. Otherwise, use the campaign kit in part 4 to generate a world collaboratively at your table. I'm just curious. Wait, what is this? Campaign kit, building a map.
Yeah, so that's one thing I'm kind of liking. I like when they give you like a framework, but then you do the details through generation systems and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that's pretty dope. I like stuff like that. I haven't looked at this one yet, so I don't know if it's good or bad, but I like games that do that. As someone, I don't run pre-written adventures or anything myself because I'm not good at pre-written content.
Well, I just like doing the whole, whenever I was building out Vagabond, that was really important to me, was like, how do we piece together this world with a bunch of like rando system neutral hex crawls? And so I made the procedural generation engine to be able to connect all this shit. So I really do like that idea, and the world just gets built out around this if they do go in that way. However, the thing I don't really like is whenever they just throw a bunch of random ass prompts at you about like, here's how you world build, and here's some sample NPCs. And I'm like, I don't really give a shit about the dramatic personae. Whenever I'm world building, I don't care about the individual characters. I care about things like factions. I care about things like regions and like turmoil. What's happening here? Weird geography. What makes fantasy worlds fantasy worlds? I don't really care about the individual characters. So that's a criticism I have in general for any world building style books. I'm not saying that this one has that. I did just scroll through and see like example backstories, and I was like, please don't do that. Please don't do that. But yeah, that's my usual takeaway whenever it comes to games that include a world building guide, and then they do zero world building. Yeah. They're just telling you, here's how you roleplay NPCs, and it's like, we know that, yeah. If it was crunchy, they wouldn't call it rules light. Yeah, unfortunately though, I think anything that markets itself as rules light and goes beyond 100 pages, I don't really think.
Did they market this as rules light?
Yeah, fuck yeah, they did. It's right up here.
It's not.
This is not a rules light game. No.
This is not.
My people, like, this is a rules light game. Okay, like Merkborg, Into the Odd, Knave. Yeah. Guys, like, this is... No, not that one. Not that one either.
I even get upset when people are like, "Oh, Cypher's rules light." Like it's narrative, and the Cypher's not rules light at all. Like you want a narrative system that's rules light. Like Fate is rules light.
Yeah. Okay, well, I was gonna pull out Cairn, but that book is so thin, I'm having trouble finding it in that shelf. Troika is rules light. Okay, these are rules light games. You don't. Yeah. Cyborg is classified as rules light and it's 168 pages. Yeah, because they're giving you a really well built out cyberpunk world, and the rest of the core is just Merkborg. So like Merkborg's system core is like maybe 40 pages, maybe 30 pages even.
Okay, if you really want to talk system core, I'd say the actual rules is like a page. Yeah,
maybe. You could probably fit all of Merkborg's rules onto an 8.5 by 11.
Yeah.
It's like peanut butter. So no, I would not call this a rules light system. And none of the systems that they listed as inspirations are rules light.
No.
Apocalypse World is not rules light. Blades in the Dark is Apocalypse World, but with additional sort of modifications. City of Mist, I don't believe is rules light, but that's just based off of what I've heard of the system. I don't actually own it. Genesis. Is Genesis not Cypher? Or no, I'm thinking Numenera, right?
Numenera is Cypher. Genesis is something completely different.
Okay.
Now, some of these are, I mean, I want to say rules lighter than like something like 5e or something like that, but I wouldn't classify them as like a rules light system where you got like one mechanic you work off of and you're done.
Yeah.
Like they generally, a lot of these have several sub mechanics and stuff going on.
Yeah. Oh, hey, Blue Thumbnail. Thank you so much for the super chat. $5. If your game can be used as a defense against the police, truncheon in your system isn't rules. Yeah.
Are we specifically talking about the rules lawyer in his Pathfinder book?
Let me see here. So Pathfinder, Shadowrun. Look, Shadowrun is not a rules light game either.
They list Shadowrun?
Yeah, notoriously one of the most crunchy, the most needlessly crunchy games. Song of Ice and Fire, Wizard of Earthsea, Saber. I still need to make it through the whole Earthsea thing. I've got Le Guin's, I've got all of Le Guin's books back there. I'm just not,
it's like Wheel of Time. It gets to be a slog.
If your game can be used as
a
defense against a
I got to a point in Wheel of Time that I'm just like, okay, we can do this. Let's keep going.
Yeah, right? Huh. Dragon Prince, Lord of the Rings, The Witcher, Legend of Vox Machina.
Yeah, I laughed about that on mine. I'm like, oh, they referenced themselves.
Do that. Get your bag. Borderlands as a touchstone. Huh. I can see it, I guess. Huh. Yeah, Borderlands is a pretty good fantasy story. No lie. I mean, it's, yeah. Okay. So I want to look at, we have the core resolution mechanic. This is a critique that I had on Ked's thing, and I wanted to bring it up here. Ked, you said that the resolution mechanic was like, what, page 98?
Oh, it was like we start actually getting into it sometime after page like 100. It was like 107 when I started finally getting into. I think we started getting into that, like the explanations or something. It was up there.
Okay.
Like we were getting to triple digits.
Yeah. So this is, and I understand laying out a game, figuring out where these sections go, can be a little bit daunting, and a bit confusing because like whenever you as a layout artist or whatever, you're trying to think of like, okay, well here's where the rules for character creation go. Okay, well in the rules for character creation, they have to like learn about an action. Oh, okay, well then we should put the action section before the rules for character creation. Oh, well if we do that, the stuff that they're going to reference most often is going to be the character rules. So like we need to have that earlier on in the book. Okay, well, but like if we do that, then we're losing out on explaining some of the stuff that this is going to reference later. And so it's this big back and forth. I absolutely understand why this is a bit daunting. You're very surprised there's no Chrono Trigger on the list. I get that this is a little bit confusing. However, I will say having your core resolution mechanic, where was this? Let me see here, 95. Core mechanics. Having your core resolution mechanic all the way on page 97 is not the thing I would recommend. I would say that this needs to go right up front.
Yeah.
Like, people need to know how to play your game immediately, so this should go right at the top.
Because when we were doing this on my stream, I kept complaining about the same thing over and over. They were referencing things that they haven't taught you yet. And it was like important references. They're like, don't forget, when you do this, this will happen. I'm like, I don't know what this is.
Yeah. Is there like role pushing?
I haven't gotten into it that much yet.
Oh, okay. So I'm just going to look at, this is the section of the core resolution mechanic right here, correct? Yours
Yeah,
is on,
you're
yours
getting
on-
into it now.
Okay,
It's once you start getting to those triple digits, that's around the section.
gotcha. Okay, so core mechanics. I want to know this first. So this section covers the core mechanics of Daggerheart and how to utilize them as a player at the table. I feel like you could have cut out about half of this sentence, but they haven't had an editor on it yet, so I get that. However, part 1 contains rules for using your domain cards, class, subclass, ancestry, and community, and the equipment section near the end of part 2 represents the rules on how different types of weapons and armor on different types. Okay, I just added a word in there. Duality die. The core dice in Daggerheart are a pair of D12 dice called duality dice. These D12s are different colors, one representing hope and the other representing fear. I am going to get some D12s out just so I am rolling along here in case I need to. Chat, feel free to join me.
Cool.
All right, there's one. I really need to not have these in a bag. Sure. Is that another one? Okay. Oh, we had a green. Yeah, there we go. That's fear. Okay. All right, chat. So we have. Oh, here. There we go. All right. So we have the white die is hope. The green die is going to be fear. Okay. Yay. All right. So, duality dice don't need to be the same colors as anyone else's around the table, but they don't need to. They need to be. What? I don't.
And they don't tell you this here, but occasionally you need a D6 as well.
Oh, okay. I got one over here. Your duality dice don't need to be the same 2 colors as anyone else's around the table.
That's like a detail that's not needed. They don't even need to be different colors technically, as long as you keep track of which is which.
And by the way, I know how some people might read into it a bit much whenever I'm like, wait, what? That's not me saying like, oh, this game is dog shit because it has this thing right here. I'm literally looking at this as a play test where I'm like, what? Is there a reason that needs to be here? I understand that not a lot of people are, I guess, familiar with the way that people do critiques and consults. So like, just know that by me doing a critique like this is not me saying this game is dog shit or I'm being mean on the game. Yeah.
Also, for everyone, like, be cognizant. This is a beta playtest. Like they've said they might change things. Like, this is rough. This is not seen in editor. Like, so like everyone be cognizant that like this is an unfinished product. So
if people had pulled up Vagabond, they would see that there's still plenty of typos in that game. Now, the duality represent the way the world pushes the character back or guides them forward throughout the story. Regardless of whether you succeed or fail on an action, your duality roll will influence how the scene resolves. Is that necessary? I don't know, maybe. Rolling hope and fear. Hope and fear represent the duality of the world beyond the characters and how the world around them impacts the action they're attempting. So, you're not... Okay, so here's what I'm getting a sense of here. The narrative of the role that you're making is not the role of your character. It's the role of how the world impacts your character.
It seems it, yeah.
At least that's what it's saying.
I wish there was more examples. The only example they have so far is about people choosing their dice color. I'd like more examples of, like, as they're going through each one of these points, being like, if you were to roll it like this is how this point impacts that roll. Like, maybe tell me how this mechanic's working. That would be super nice.
Okay. So one of the dice is your hope die, the other is your fear die. When you roll your duality dice and the hope die rolls higher than the fear die, you roll with hope. Okay. When this happens, mark one of the hope slots on your character sheet up to a maximum of 5. You might also gain hope from spells, abilities, or other things that happen in the game. Okay, here, I'm just going to mark this. At least the stuff that feels important to really note. I don't know why I got the hiccups right now. Okay. When you roll your duality die and the fear die rolls higher than the hope die, you roll with fear. When this happens, even if you succeed on an action roll, there are consequences or complications that come from it.
Okay, they don't mention something here, and I haven't fully gotten into it yet, but when you roll higher on the fear die, I think the GM, because you know how hope, you just said you get a slot?
Yeah.
I think the GM is getting something when you roll fear. I haven't fully looked into it yet.
I think there's like an exchange of tokens or something.
Yeah.
Because whenever I saw a bunch of the reactions to the action economy and shit that were going on over on Twitter, I did see that someone was bringing up in one of the YouTube videos that the action economy is actually present. There is actually an exchange of points or some sort of resource in an economy that dictates when people will go. So it's not just this absolute free-form chaos. There is actually something negotiating who gets to go. That sounds fairly complicated. I actually don't mind this at all. I think that this is interesting and unique. I like the idea of the resolution mechanic. You have two of these dice. They're different dice. And then my hope rolled a 10, my fear rolled a 9, so that means I roll with hope. Okay, so that could mean something in particular, right? Mm-hmm. By the way, a lot of you guys might not know about this, but this actually works very similar to how they play D&D in prison. In prison, there's a method that they have for rolling a d20 where you have a prepared deck of playing cards, and what it is you pull all the face cards out, and depending on your draw, if it's a black card, it's a 0. It's a 1 to 10. If it's a red card, it's an 11 to 20. So depending on what you draw, it's like, let's say, Texas D&D prisoners. You've heard this one, yeah. So like, if I draw a red, like a 5 of hearts, well, it's a red card 5, so that means it's a 15, right? Yeah, because dice are not allowed in prisons. Yep. So this is actually kind of similar to that, where you've got, like, despite the fact that it's a 5 on this card or this die right here, it's different because it's a hope or fear die. I don't mind this. Yeah. The duality die is basically a mechanic to facilitate the yes and no but situations. Yeah, I kind of figured as much. Whenever you make a duality roll, if both die roll the same number, you automatically roll a critical success, even if you would have otherwise failed, because the total is lower than your roll's difficulty. This also counts as a roll with hope, but you not only do you gain hope, you also clear a stress. Okay. So there's no crit failure, correct?
Not that I'm seeing.
Okay. So using hope, once you've gained hope and recorded it on your character sheet, you can spend it to power special abilities, erasing it from your character sheet when you do. You can only hope... Wait. If you spend it, you should... Editor. It does need an editor, yeah. You can only hold up to 5 hope at any given time, so you don't want to save it for too long. Hope can be used in several ways to help an ally, to utilize an experience, or to activate a hope feature. I did actually... I saw Will from D&D Shorts. He posted up a video earlier on today where he and his buddies already ran a playtest of Daggerhearts. And if I'm recalling this correctly... I could have this totally wrong, but I think he said that basically everybody had so much of this by the end that they didn't really feel like there was much of a use for it. I could be wrong on that.
They were just gaining it so often that there was like no reason not to constantly be using it type situation?
Yeah, essentially. Like, despite the fact that they were using it all the time, they still felt like they had plenty by the end of the session. Now, we're just not seeing this. I have not run this yet. So what you're just getting is my first impressions. I hate how much you have to preface that in the fucking TTRPG.
Even though it's important, because you're reading it as if a new player, because you are a new player, is reading it the first time. That first impressions are very important.
Oh, plus not every class has a way to spend it? Seriously,
What?
Trek?
What?
Wait, like not this is a key mechanic. Not every class has a way to spend hope? Because Trek read through this like 3 days ago or something. Because I mean, I've been working on the Dragonbane video for so long, and I was like, I cannot be looking at Daggerheart right now. I've got to get this out of the way.
I had that quickie look, but I've been too busy.
Yeah. You can spend one hope to help an ally who's making an action when you can feasibly aid them. So the classes may not exactly have. The classes themselves may not exactly always have a hope usage, but there are general hope usage. Your barbarian didn't have any way, at least. Okay. Okay, but yeah, there's class agnostic ways of spending hope. Gotcha. You assumed it worked more like omens from Merkborg. This is a resource that it looks like you have to use in order to get these additional effects in here. Describe how you're helping and roll a d6 advantage die. See advantage and disadvantage. 98. Advantage on an action or reaction roll represents an opportunity through either magical or mundane means that the character seizes upon to have a better chance of succeeding in that act. Whoa! There has to be a better way of expressing this. That the advantage on an action or reaction roll represents an opportunity through either magical or mundane means that the character seizes upon to have a better chance of succeeding in that action. That is the wordiest way they could have expressed that. Rolls the PCs make with advantage, add a d6 advantage die to their roll. Okay, so here's where part of the d6 is kicking in.
Yeah, that's why I said you need a d6.
So the d6 is... Wait, so you add these two numbers together, and if that roll is higher, you're still rolling it with fear, not hope. So it's not actually a change on the impact of fear and hope. It's just a change to the numerical value of the roll itself.
Yeah, it doesn't affect your fear or hope dice.
Okay. So that would be a 12 with hope. Okay, that makes sense. Disadvantage on an action or reaction roll represents an action. Here, let me see here. Action or reaction roll. Here. Add a d6 advantage to their total. All right.
So, good things, add d6. Bad things, subtract d6. Done.
There is a way more concise way of expressing this that doesn't require 3 lines of text. Disadvantage on, and the only reason I'm saying that is because if this is a 400-page book or 377-page book that is expressing itself as rules light, word bloat like this, this needs to be cut. And I know they haven't had it through an editor. I know. They need to. This is going to hurt your buy-in, by the way, whenever people are looking at... not only does it hurt your buy-in, it hurts your accessibility. The balancing act that you do between accessibility and rules clarity is the reason why you hire a good editor.
Yeah. 100%.
You want to make sure that the reason, like, that you're expressing yourself concisely. Guys, a good editor can sometimes save you as much as like $3 or $4 per print copy. They will reduce your margins on your fucking books. Like that is why you bring them in. Is there no price to pay for triggering help? Adding a price? Yeah, it's you have to spend hope.
The hope, yeah.
Disadvantage on an action or reaction roll represents an additional difficulty, hardship, or challenge. The character fate. Get to the point. Rolls the PCs make with his advantage. Subtract a d6 from their total. Here we go. Thank you. The GM may choose to give a player advantage or disadvantage on a roll if the circumstances in the fiction make sense for it. Okay. GM can do that. This d6 you roll should be a special color so it's not confused with any d6s you roll for other effects. The d6s allow you to spot your disadvantage d6 and subtract it from the result. However, you only need 1d6 for rolling both advantage and disadvantage because you'll never roll both at the same time. Advantage and disadvantage always cancel each other out when applying to the same roll. If, for example, the GM gives you disadvantage. Okay, so this is it cancels itself out thing. Neat. The music of the shucks. Thank you. Yeah, Dag H. Yeah, petition to make the acceptable shorthand Dag H. It's Blue. Thank you so much for the $5 super chat. This prose is so purple it wrote it with such legendary hits of smoke on the water in Child of Time. Oh man, yeah. I think that's right. Right, it's very twee, very purple.
Yeah.
And it doesn't need to be. And this is another problem I have with Candela. That I wasn't really quite sure how to express it whenever I did my initial read through for that script that I wrote. They write shit so wannabe artistically. It drives me crazy sometimes. Like, it feels like it comes off as pretentious. And they've got to figure out how to cut that. Because the attitude that they write with is a bit insufferable at times. And, I've got no problem with anybody wanting to make a game.
This prose is so purple it wrote such legendary hits of smoke on the water in Child of Time.
I would really like to see Critical Role be able to express what they want to do with 100 words or less. 100 pages or less.
That's the thing with these rules. From Void Home, I kind of stole this from several other games. My primary resolution mechanics is broken down simply into one page, and then after that, I've got 4 or 5 pages that sort of expands upon each one of those steps in it. But if you can't break your primary resolution mechanics down to at least give you a 1-page summary and then a few pages after that and stuff, you are a crunchy ass system. You should not be saying you are a lighter, never mind a light system. I would have appreciated a single here's the 8-step process in 1 page, and then we'll explain each step afterwards just to give us a summary. But yeah.
Oh, that's right. The GM is rolling a D20. They're not rolling a bunch of D12s and stuff.
That's another thing that got me. You've already got a cool primary resolution mechanic, and then the GM uses something completely different.
Yeah, the 2D12 thing is interesting. And I get why they're doing this because, the GM doesn't have this interplay going on with the fear and hope. I get why they're doing that. But this feels super arbitrary. They couldn't figure out a way to keep the resolution the same on either side of the screen.
And if it's trying to be such a narrative system with huge player agency and this fear and hope and stuff like that, I don't understand why they kept the GM needing to make any rolls.
Player okay, so this is already expressed so much more clearly than it was over in the players section. Whenever it seems appropriate in the narrative, you may give a PC advantage or disadvantage on a roll, which grants them a d6 that either adds to or subtracts from that roll, respectively. Holy shit. Holy shit. That did not require 3 lines, right? There we go. It is often a tool that you can use for explicitly show a player that a situation is helpful. Okay. Wait, didn't you express this with whenever it seems appropriate in the narrative? Players attempting to sprint through mud or knee high water, you might impose a disadvantage on their agility check. If they say something clever or use a guard, you might impose advantage on the roll. Why not just raise or lower the difficulty instead? You certainly can, but the advantage-disadvantage system allows there to be some illusion of a defined world. Unless the players feel good about their advantage and have a chance to roll extra die. For any standard adventurer, it will be a difficulty 15 to sneak by the head guard to be... Okay, wait, what were the rules for advantage-disadvantage for GM? That's the whole reason we got over here.
I also have one question. I don't know if we've read it yet. If you have multiple advantage dice and disadvantage dice, do they cancel each other out, or are you rolling the whole pool?
I think it just says that they cancel each other out, but I don't see anything saying that it accumulates into a pool. It's not doing like the Year Zero or Dragonbane thing.
But I haven't seen anything that says it cancels yet either. I just haven't read it yet.
Also, 1d20 has a lower average than 2d12 and a lower crit rate if they're even as a higher crit for them. So this pushes the unfair advantage for the players. No. Nope. Actually, the focus of a game should entirely be on the players. 100% it should be on the players. I don't really think that that's really a decent critique, because in this system, from what I heard, monsters don't crit either. These are all going to be games about telling stories involving like fantasy heroes. So like, it's never interesting whether or not a monster succeeds or fails. It's only interesting if a player character succeeds or fails. They're the ones driving the entire narrative of the story. In any games that tried to emphasize that like this sort of adversarialism going on, they never work. They never work out for me. Yeah, it's just not my thing. I don't see. Here's the problem that I just had. It just said the rules. When you do this, describe how you're helping and roll. Right. Now it said something about. Am I crazy, or did it say something about how the GM rolls for advantage, disadvantage is different?
I don't know. It's kind of all over the place. I don't remember if it was you or Old Gus that mentioned it on my stream, but the way they wrote the rules was very much like player facing, and then later on, then they explain things on both GM and player.
Yeah, that was Gus, because I didn't really go super in depth on this thing yet.
So they only explain like part of the rules at first.
Wait, there's a single line about spending fear. See, advantage and disadvantage. Clicked on this. Here we go. Under the rules for... Okay, wait. The rules for advantage and disadvantage for the GM are different and can be found under GM advantage and disadvantage in part 3. So whenever I click on this, whenever it seems appropriate in the narrative, you may give a PC advantage or disadvantage on a roll, which grants them a 1d6 that either adds or subtracts to the roll, respectively. So is it saying it's different because the GM is the one that can hand this out? Or is it saying it's different because the mechanic is different? Like in how they're actually rolling the die? Because that's not... At least for me, that feels a little bit confusing. Because right now it looks like if you're the GM, this is just saying that the rules are different for you because you're the one that dishes this out. Which, like, yeah, it's what it said already.
Yeah, you can add advantage in the form of a d20 to your own die roll. Wait, so when they add fear, they're adding a d20 to their die roll. What? Also, I'm still not seeing a thing where it says that advantage and disadvantage cancel each other out. So far, everything seems to be saying you're just getting more d6s.
Wait. You can spend fear to add an advantage in the form of a d20 to your own die roll against a PC. Wait, so in the form of a d20, what does that mean?
So, I mean, that sounds like you're adding it, like, whereas they're adding a d6, you're adding a d20, because that's what that reads, right?
To a roll?
That's what that just said. That's confused. That can't be right?
No, that can't be right. There's no way. I don't know of any game that uses a d20 as a bonus to a roll. Or how that makes any mathematical sense here. Or why the GM would be the one to add that. What? Where hope is the PC's core resource, fear is the core resource for the GM. You gain fear anytime a PC gets a result with fear, and you can spend fear in a number of ways.
Well, Trek, it didn't even say you're getting the d20 and like taking the better of them. It just says you're adding a d20.
This game uses d20 for some monster damage, by the way. It's kind of bonkers, but it works. I mean, if you roll a die and get a result, then the thing works. Like, I don't know what that's. Is it okay? Well, so is it like advantage 2d20 take the highest?
If so, they worded it really badly because they just said add. I'm
super confused by that. And I know that we're skipping around, but like this book's format is forcing us to skip around. You can track fear with tokens in a pool, a die, or other counting methods. It can be useful to keep your fear tracking or the pool visible to yourself and the players for the ease of reference. Yourself and the players for the ease of reference. So just you should be able to see this pool. I just don't and I'm not getting mad or frustrated or anything like that to anybody that's coming to this one that hasn't seen me do critiques or anything. No, I'm just wondering what's the point of some of the wording in here. The GM begins a campaign with 2 fear, just like begins a campaign with 2 fear, not a session, right? So it's not like Zweihander, where Zweihander has the misery and fortune token, or the fortune and misfortune. I'm confusing some stuff in Merkborg with omens and miseries. Miseries are a plot device. That's not it. It's there's fortune and misfortune tokens or something like that in Zweihander that this feels pretty familiar to.
I can see it only being campaign because honestly, like there's a 50-50 chance you're getting fear points whenever a player rolls, right? So if you have 4 or 5 players, there's a 50-50 chance every time they roll, you're getting a fear point. That's a lot. So yeah, you don't need extras every session.
Ooh, okay. You can carry fear in between sessions just like PCs do hope, so be sure to note how many you have at the end of every session and take that many at the start of the next game. Okay, it carries over between your legs and all that. So yeah. The fear and hope come and go fairly quickly. Yeah. I know. That's what we were saying. I know that they said that they didn't have an editor on this, but it still feels like it's written way too wordy. And that leads to a feeling of like, I don't need to know this info. We can move on. You can spend fear in a variety of ways, most often to augment a GM move you're already making. Okay, if you don't have fear to spend while an action tracker is active. Wait, the action tracker. What's the action tracker?
They haven't got to that yet.
You can only convert 2 character tokens on the action tracker to 1 fear. Okay, hold up. How out of sorts am I in reading through this?
Oh, you are ahead. Maybe we should go back to the...
Yeah, I'm at 183. Okay, so I'm going to go back up here because... Okay. GM narrates details, players ask questions, players and GM answer. Okay, this is the whole cycle of playing a TTRPG. Okay. This is the one that started a whole shit show over on Twitter. Okay, so what can I do on my turn? The game has no turns in the traditional sense. Players don't have a set amount of actions they can take or things they can do before the play passes to someone else. Instead, everyone should follow the fiction to figure out what happens next, bouncing around the table to whoever makes sense in the spotlight, or to spotlight in that moment. Generally, players in the spotlight will have the chance to describe their move, what their character is doing in the scene. If something they describe requires a roll to see whether it works, then play pauses while a roll is made to determine how things play out. Certain roll results in other situations can prompt the GM to make a GM move. Okay. These are specific types of actions that the GM takes to advance the story. For a full explanation of GM moves, see Making Moves in Part 3.
Okay. I love my narrative games. I love my players to haggle with me on details. I like getting loose with things. I am not a fan of this because even with a narrative game, I still feel the need for some structure.
Yeah.
Because, sure, if you're playing with your very close-knit group of friends, this might work. this would never work at a convention.
No, it does not
work at a pickup game online, or like even the first time playing with people. This will not work.
The thing I want to see in here, though, is from what I was told, there is an exchange of an action economy of some sort.
Oh, okay.
But they've worded this in a way that gives you the impression that there is no action economy. So you see how it says in here, certain role results in other situations can prompt the GM to make a GM move? This is where I'm thinking, through the exchange of hope and fear, eventually there is a give where the GM makes a move based off the fear stuff, right? And like, if the players don't have any hope, then maybe they can't make these moves or something like that. Which, if that's the case, they haven't structured this out really well this has got a conveyance issue.
Yeah.
Making moves. Just like the players have moves that they can make during the game, you as the GM also have moves that help drive forward the fiction in response to their actions. Unlike the PCs, you are not typically bound by the rules of success and failure on die rolls, or given only certain effects you can do. Your job is to facilitate the fiction, whatever that requires. GM moves are your guidelines on what kinds of things you might choose to do in order to make that happen. At its most simple, a GM move is anything you do that progresses the fiction forward. This is already having the same problem that I had with reading Dungeon World.
I'm not liking some of the advice they just gave there. Because, like, once again, I like narrative games. If you have a narrative tool, like complications, intrusions, it's something like that the GM can go in the rules and say, I'm going to change this, and the players have, like, ramifications or resources or something, that's cool. That just set expectations that's like, the rules aren't really important to you as a GM. You can, like, fudge stuff and stuff like that. That starts not making it a game. That starts making it you're just to the whims and fancies of the GM.
Right. Do we just throw the term crunchy around, or does it have an actual meaning? We do actually have a meaning for it. Whenever it comes to crunchy, we're basically just talking about games in which creating your character requires more of a mental load than it would in other systems. Or interacting with the world, there are probably a bunch of subsystems to make for more simulationist-like experiences, rather than games that are rules light in order to do things like give the game room to breathe, give the story room to breathe, right? What they're doing here isn't necessarily rules light. What they're doing here is narrative heavy. This isn't a rules light game. This is more so trying to give you hands-off options. It's trying to take a hands-off approach. And part of the problem of what it's doing, insofar as what I've seen here, is taking hands off in order to shove some of that off over on the GM. And this is a thing that I've also heard people like Will express, because Will ran a game of this the other day. So, Will, D&D Shorts. So, I think the definition of what they mean by rules light is just different from what the TTRPG scene believes rules light to be. Yeah, because GMs never have enough to do, exactly.
Right.
Okay, unlike PCs, you're not typically bound by the rules of success or failure on die rolls. You're only given certain effects you can do. So, can someone tell me, because I just saw it in chat, does it specifically state anywhere in the book that if someone rolls with oh, here we go. Okay. Thank you. Oh, I guess thank me for just scrolling to the next page. Okay. So that being said, always make a GM move when a PC rolls with fear, rolls a failure, takes an action that has consequences, gives you a golden opportunity. What?
That sounds like a trigger word.
Is that like a GM intrusion? Takes an action that has consequences.
I miss the days that, like, mechanics trigger words were always capitalized, so you knew it was a mechanics trigger word.
Gives you a golden opportunity? Wait, Not capital. Is it a mechanic? The last two were straight out of PBTA. Are they? Okay, here, look. We got.
Maybe they just missed the capitalization and it is a thing.
Maybe. I'd like to look for it after this. Where did I put? Oh, yeah. Here we go. Okay, so I got Blades. I've got Monster of the Week. Scroll down. Okay. Okay. An example of giving of the PCs giving the GM a golden opportunity would be if the PCs are discussing a bandit leader's plans while hiding out from the group. Then one of the PCs says something that could be laden with dramatic irony, like, but how likely is it that they think to look in the eaves of every barn in the district? That gives you the perfect opportunity to describe the sound of a barn door swinging open and a bandit stepping inside with a lit torch in one hand and sword in the other. No roll prompted that move, but it makes for a great dramatic beat. Other golden opportunities include a PC moving next. Wait, why are we codifying just a funny moment happening here?
So there's nothing mechanically triggering this. It's just whenever you think, this seems like a good moment.
Okay. So it's not literally the players are giving the GM a, like, oomph, right? It's just a, like, oh, well, this would be funny, and I'm going to take that. But, like, I don't really feel a need to codify that. Yeah, see below. Yeah.
That still adds a looseness to it, because, like, once again, you go to some con game with the GM you've never met before, and he's like, every 2 seconds, he's like, that seems like a golden opportunity. Like, stop, give me a second.
Yeah, there's... So, like, this is the thing that a lot of people are kind of highlighting about this game, and it's that, like, if people are having problems reading the room, or, like, they're just not really great with social situations, and you're not playing with people who are, like, you know, on the same quote-unquote wavelength as you, this might not be the right game for you. And it's weird how that works out. It's weird how they've been able to say that, like, yeah, if you're not playing with people who you gel with, you probably shouldn't be playing this game with those people. But it seems more exacerbated for Daggerheart than just about any other TTRPG I've heard of. And I'm not sure why.
A lot of this stuff seems to rely on the RPG equivalent of trust falls.
Right.
I think to me, that's how it feels. And I think it's because when they designed it, I mean, everyone there is buddy with each other. They just play in their little bubble. And I don't think they play with a lot of, like, randos online or in cons or stuff.
Right. Yeah, so, no, I would agree with that. It feels a little bit insular. Where, I mean, it does feel like the kind of thing where people who have played particular role-playing games kind of put their heads together to make a system that they felt would be perfect, but haven't really considered what a wider audience getting a hold of it is going to be like, or the way a lot of these games get demoed, or whatever. Because a lot of the demos that are going on are also things that I think, like, you're getting somebody from Critical Role with either YouTube or journalist, you know what I mean? Like, people who are, with YouTubers, probably got some charisma, you're probably up on your social skills, yada, yada, yada. Journalists are most likely looking to just kind of get a good grasp of what they can report back on, because they already know that people are thirsty for news about Daggerheart. Yeah. Who's the lead designer on this game? I'm pretty sure it's Spencer Stark. Dyerden, hey, thank you so much for the $5. That trust fall feel is because the game is designed for live streaming. So, okay, so what does it mean by designed for live streaming? Because I tried saying something about this the other day on Twitter, and I don't get what that is describing. It was designed for live streaming. Okay. Whenever people say things like, this is like YouTuber bait, YouTuber bait in video games we understand to mean things that are likely to be very meme and like thumbnail worthy. Improv rules, cast know each other.
See, lots of games have improv rules though, but it still works, like codifies it in a way that it's still a game.
Streaming.
Now, see, I don't see a problem with creating a game for a specific target audience if that's what they're doing. I mean, I've done the same thing. My game's not meant for everybody, but the problem is I don't think they're marketing it how they've designed it.
I don't really know. I don't really know like what that is trying to get at. Because like if it has a characteristic that is saying this is designed for actual plays, it just means the cast of the live stream knows how to improv. Well, I mean, but yeah, so does like, so do most TTRPG tables. Like, so CR1's Whose Line Is It Anyways, but with dice. I mean, that's TTRPGs, baby. Like, yeah. That's TTRPGs.
That's any of them. It could be Rifts or Pathfinder, and you can still do that.
Yeah, this is the thing I don't really get about this, like, this point that gets brought up, where it's like, okay, well, this is designed for actual plays, and I'm like, what does that mean? Like, any game could be said that it was designed for actual plays, so, like, there must be a characteristic that means this. Because otherwise, I think that this might have just become an opinion or like a buzzword of the like public zeitgeist that like got started up as a means to like kind of deride Critical Role making anything. Because I never hear about anything that other people make being described as being created for live streaming. This is a fairly new phenomenon. So like,
I don't understand it myself. I would lean more towards just saying that they're trying to be very loose in narrative with it, is how I would describe. Yeah, like very loose in narrative. I don't know if I'd say it's for live streaming per se, just because it's so.
For stream obviously means no small assets, tokens, etc. that are difficult to see on stream or that take away from FaceTime, which is very funny because this is the most token heavy, card heavy TTRPG I've ever seen.
Yeah, because what you just said there with like no tokens or anything like that describes so many other games like Fate, for example, or the default way Cypher is played, or Cortex Prime to a degree. Like a bunch of systems do that already. They're not designed for streaming.
I don't know exactly what that means. Maybe if like the game had like overlay integration in some form, D&D Beyond, right?
Like it had like a mechanic where there was a mechanic for audience participation, then yes, maybe I'd agree.
Yeah,
that'd be kind of funny.
Except Spencer was involved in Candela and Blades in the Dark. Spencer was involved in Candela, but Blades in the Dark was all John Harper, who is, by the way, part of the team working on this.
Now, I'm not saying that everything here is bad personally. I'm just saying it does have a limited audience. This is not a game you're going to be seeing as a pickup game in a con and it working well, right. I don't think.
Right.
If you have a close group of friends and you're willing to delve into a heartfelt story or something, and you've got that trust with them, you don't have any problem players, you've weeded them out through years of play, then something like this could work. It could work perfectly fine. But it's limited.
Well, and for me, here's my concern. This is not the kind of thing that seems to have the integrity to be able to run solo.
No.
There is very much a interchange going on. And like for some people they don't want solo play, and that's all good. For me, if a game can't be run solo, that tells me there may be a little bit of concern specifically about the resolution mechanics. I think that games
disagree a little bit on that because like solo doesn't have to mean streamlined mechanics. Like there are games where you couldn't run it solo, but it's because it is very much like a teamwork thing between the GM and the players and stuff. To me, that doesn't always mean solo doesn't always have to mean it's streamlined.
No, I mean not streamlined. I'm talking about the rules integrity.
Oh.
I greatly prefer if a system has the confidence to be like, yeah, here's how it works, rather than like, okay, well, if you don't like the way it works, you can just ignore that thing that we wrote and say that we play tested.
It's true.
It's a thing for me where I'm like, well, I think we've hand waved a lot of this with D&D 5e because, like, of course, like we homebrewed the shit out of it and everything, but D&D 5e was also like the only option for nearly a decade because just by virtue of being the most popular thing in the room. And people's opinions of it were basically like, yeah, if you don't like this thing, you can just change it. You don't have to play this whole other game. Now we've hit a point where it's like, well, why would you play this thing if other things do it better? Or if you like this other thing instead?
It's funny as someone that's been around, like I've been playing this game for like 3 decades now. And we've come full circle. This is exactly how it felt in the 90s. People are like, "Oh, you're just playing D&D? Really?"
Right. You don't think that the game has to be playable solo to be very confident about its mechanics. So I didn't say that it has to be able to be played solo. I just said that I get a little bit worried whenever I don't feel like a system can be run solo, because it makes me think that there's a lack of integrity with its resolution mechanics. That's all I said. I didn't assign anything in particular here. Yeah. And that only goes because, like, I swear to God, I'll say one thing, and then if I don't clarify it, I get a post over on Reddit about how I'm a dipshit, and someone just wildly misinterprets whatever the fuck I said.
Yeah, no, there's plenty of reasons for Taron to be a dipshit. Don't take those ones.
Yeah, exactly. So, like, I'm not making the exact assertion here that, like, because this game can't be played solo, it's a bad game. That's not what No. Just that whenever I see systems that could be run solo, it makes me feel like there's more integrity to their core resolution mechanic. That's it. So the audience watching CR would correct Matt on rules and DCs and saying that a player should or shouldn't be able to do a thing because of the feature that they have or didn't take. I mean, if that's a problem, that's an audience problem. Like that's that audience. I mean, and Critical Role's fandom has got to chill out. Like they've got to chill. A lot of the people that are obsessively watching Critical Role have got to stop. Like the way that I see a lot of that engagement happening with Critical Role in the TTRPG community, Critical Role's community in the TTRPG community, makes it to where, like, there's this really weird parasocial relationship going on with Matt Mercer, where, like, it's not even just Critical Role fans, it's the entire TTRPG industry. Like, PDM just talked about this the other day, where he's like, he'll put Matt Mercer in some of his thumbnails for 48 hours, because if he does, it's like the only way to get it viability for the first 48 hours. And then he changes it after those first 48 hours so that it performs like a normal YouTube video. The TTRPG community has fucked with the algorithm, and the Critical Role community, and I guess TTRPGs in general. If you don't have Critical Role mentioned at some point, people just don't give a shit. It's fucking wild.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it does have an impact that it is a measurable impact on the performance or failure of videos in the TTRPG community. And that's how bad this is. So I don't know, man. Some people got to sort out why the hell it is they can't stop thinking about Matt Mercer. Yeah.
It's just one style of play among many. Like, you gotta figure that shit out.
The Mercer effect is overstated, but actually real. One of those things where the wrong people are saying the right things. Actually, I do agree that there is a Mercer effect, but I think that the bigger Mercer effect thing is the people that are expecting very big, dramatic, cinematic role-playing games. Not necessarily they're expecting a incredible Matt Mercer level GM. They're expecting, like, the TTRPGs that they play to feel less like the dungeon crawl high fantasy adventure and more like these, like, I want to talk about the deep traumas of my family involving my sister's death back in the Empire of Corellian in 2004. Oh my god, yeah, I'm fucking snoozer. I'm like,
why didn't I have a heartfelt cry this session? All we did was kill goblins.
It's like emotional manipulation via TTRPGs. Yeah.
Now, don't get me wrong, like, that's worked for them, and sometimes stuff like that can be pretty cool. Like the last session of my Windermere Fantasy Online campaign that I streamed, like, my players actually did cry. I got them to actually, like, feel that way. But you didn't see the 30 sessions before that where half the time they were just, like, punching some random shit in the face.
Yeah.
Like,
did I see Questing Beast's response to Professor DM's video on the matter? If I remember right, he said to install an extension that or something, but we've kind of known for a while that you need to set your bookmark for YouTube to your subscription page, not your home page. ProZD actually talked about that one a couple months back. You don't get people have unrealistic expectations from Critical Role because CR is like watching paint dry to me. I have never heard of somebody actually having the experience of someone saying, I wish that you GM'd like Matt Mercer. I think a majority of that is made up bullshit on Reddit for upvote likes and shit. Yeah. I don't think anybody actually has that expectation. Anybody that does is blind. There's no common sense to it. Yeah, they need to release edited episodes. Yeah, that's the thing. For me, I can't watch the live actual play experience. I'm currently GMing one for Vagabond right now, right? But I can't really watch it, but I can watch edited down versions of that stuff because I'm not a big fan of Critical Role. I actually like Dimension 20, and I really like Mystery Quest. Is that right? The Yogscast. They do a actual play thing where they have not played D&D yet, actually. Yeah, it's really good.
The edited ones always do better. Like, I've got my actual plays, just like, I don't expect anything out of them. They're there. Very few people actually watch them. I'm cool with that. But like the edited down like one shots, like I had with like you and Treant Monk, or like the one I did with like Bob World Builder and Nerd Immersion and stuff, where they're like a 3 or 4 hour session edited down to like less than 2 hours. Like, people will watch those because you're just getting the good beats. You're not getting those like weird silent moments or figuring out the dice or like,
yeah. You know, the funny thing is, if you wanted to say that there was a quote-unquote system that was built for doing actual plays, I think that this would actually be the exact opposite direction they would need to go. You know how much better I think a system like Merkborg or like Into the Odd is for an actual play, because you're not having to flip through a fucking rulebook just to make a ruling?
I think that's part of the reason that games like Shadow Dark have done very well in actual plays.
Yeah. Like, I mean, this isn't really rules light. This is codifying things that we were otherwise able to just sort of like do as tools that, you know, like, oh yeah, this is just comedic pacing. Like, you know what I mean? Like, the barn door thing was, oh, well, here's what's going on in the situation. Wouldn't it be funny if? And just letting that be the thing because it's funny rather than like, you need to codify this. I'm just, yeah. It could be good to actually have a meta currency to make those moves, spend a couple fear, or grant the party hope. I just don't see the need for it. Especially because this is a thing that will inevitably eat up power budget at somewhere, or just bloat out your game. I wonder if it's that they haven't covered. What's the thing here? I know that we're just looking at, and again, beta playtest, just my feelings. From looking at this thing, we haven't gotten to the class loadouts. We have not gotten to the ancestries of those abilities or anything quite like that. But this core mechanic and the fiddliness that's happening with all the hope and fear rolls, accumulating tokens, spending the tokens, whatever with the tokens, having this hope, having this fear, spending the hope, spending the fear. There's too much micromanaging happening in a core resolution mechanic for me.
Yeah.
It's micromanaging. And
like I was a little bit critical on the MCDM RPG when I did that playtest because of a lot of the add D4s, minus D4s, add a D6. Now it's a D8 as well. And you're like all these different dice and whatnot.
Yeah.
And in a way, that still almost feels faster than what we have here with all of these like cards and token pools and stuff, which I'm not against. I kind of like shuffling tokens around sometimes. That's kind of a neat idea. But it does sound like a lot for what they're marketing it for.
Okay, so players are going back and forth. So we basically have a general idea. I want to see. Wait, hang on. Sorry, I wanted to see. Where's the index? What? Oh, is that just not added yet? Oh, wait.
The cards are technically optional. Staxolotl. Like you could have them like just printed on a piece of paper to the side if you wanted. It's just they're referenced and used and expended in certain ways that just having them as actual cards so far from what I see is not required, but useful.
You know, the fact that they have a homebrew guide in here is cool. I like seeing that kind of ethos moving forward with games.
Mm-hmm.
So these are stat blocks or regions? Hallowed forces. Okay, I'm just kind of skimming through that. I was looking for an index, and then I got very slight ADHD. All right. Okay, so wait, these are stat blocks. Young ice dragon. A stag knight. Moves and tactics: fly, freeze, maul, avalanche, gather, horde, defend, lair. Bite and claws, close. Okay, so wait, minor, major. So they're doing the, oh, that's right, the damage threshold thing. Hang on, I wanted to take a look at this.
Yes. Yeah, because it's not a normal hit point system. You gotta get over the thresholds, and each class is a different damage threshold, I believe.
It's Zweihander's health system.
Yes, very close to that.
Example character creation. Choose your background, your experience, your domain cards, your connections, higher level characters. Where's your stats? Traits?
Yeah, I remember we talked a little bit about this on my stream. And I mean, it's not necessarily a new concept. I've seen older, I think it's kind of similar to some older games did it. I think it was Cyberpunk 2020 that had something sort of similar where it's if you could get past a certain amount, then you would do stuff to them that, well, in Cyberpunk, you'd probably just die because it was brutal. But if you get past that amount, then you do something.
Isn't the HP system from older Shadowrun editions? It might be. It's just Zweihander is fresh on my mind, and I've opened up one Shadowrun book and went, fuck that, and closed it.
Love the setting. I've never really loved any of the editions of Shadowrun. And I on my shelf, I have 4 editions of it.
Okay, hit points and stress. Hit points, sometimes called HP, are an abstract reflection of your physical fortitude and ability to take hits, both from blade and magic. Damage threshold and hit points in part 2. Stress reflects your ability to withstand the pressures of dangerous situations. This includes mental and emotional strain, as well as the physical discomfort that comes from avoiding the dire blows of battle. You can describe your hit points and stress any way you wish, but they generally represent your character's ability to get knocked down and keep coming back. Chumbawamba just immediately stuck in my head now. You'll mark your hit points and stress when these situations arise. The fewer marks you have against your hit points and stress, the better. However, when you're attacked, you don't always have to mark hit points. Instead, your class has a certain damage threshold, indicating how much damage you can endure before marking a hit point. Find your class's starting damage threshold at the top of the hit points and stress section in your character sheet. Record these. Okay, so that's determined by class? Okay. Okay, so when you're attacked, okay, before marking a hit point. In the damage and thresholds and hit point section in part 2, you'll learn how many hit points to mark on your character sheet each time the GM tells you to take damage. Okay. Hope and fear. Hope is a currency that represents the way that you feel. Okay, you'll start with 2 hope at the end of character creation. Mark these at the okay. Anytime you roll with hope on your duality die, meaning your hope die rolled higher than your fear die, you will gain an additional hope. Is this the 3rd time we've read this? Second or 3rd time?
They re-explain this mechanic like several times. I mean, that's just an editor thing that will hopefully clean up.
Yeah, they'll figure out a place to put that, I'm sure. Fear die rolled higher than your hope die. For more information or the same information on rolling with hope or fear, turn to that page. All right. Now, have a session 0, getting started, creating a character sheet and guide. And it's part of the reason why I'm skipping around some of this stuff is because like a lot of this info I am assuming is mostly going to be like, hey, you've never played a TTRPG before. Here's what it's like to play a TTRPG, blah, 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 right?
Yeah.
Okay, so we have a step-by-step process. Choose your class. Let's just see in here. Okay. Have a session 0. Record your level. Record their character details. 5 steps between blades in the dark and checking the result of the die. Someone have a similar feeling. Huh? HP system is pretty good on its own, to be honest. Yeah, like, I don't have a problem with the HP system. This is basically what we've seen a lot of more narrative games go towards, because it still gives you the feeling. It's like thinking about it like this, okay? Don't think about it like seeing a hit bar, like a health bar go down. Think about it like in Call of Duty, whenever you get shot and you see the like red on your peripheries, right? Like, oh, there's damage. Oh, okay. Like it's kind of like that. It's less about like, oh, well, once I hit this 0 over here, I die, and it's more about like, this is how damaged I am. And they are communicating a slightly different thing here. Despite the fact that there may be like a quote-unquote mechanical expression, this is like you can only take so many injuries before you go down, right? The first step is to choose the class you want to play. Okay, then take the character sheet and the character guide that corresponds to that class. You will utilize both throughout the process. Get a character sheet and guide.
Which, like, to D&D players, like, having, like, something other than a hit point pool probably seems pretty, like, revolutionary. Be like, oh, it's interesting. Like, many systems have been doing this for decades.
Oh, yeah.
Like, this is not new.
Hero points, not hit points kind of thing. I guess you might be able to say that, yeah. Now, each class has an archetype of a character that determines what abilities you have access to throughout the campaign. For example, you might choose to play the Guardian if you want to be the tank of your group who runs into fights and headfirst and protects others with their own life. You might choose to be a wizard if you want to use unique spells that you can use to solve problems and fight off threats. I mean, I don't know what I would expect spells to really do otherwise. But it always worries me if any game ever talks about a spell like this is how you solve every problem. Once you've chosen a class, then taken an appropriate character sheet and guide, you'll choose a subclass. Take that subclass's foundation card into your hand. The subclasses are subsets of each class that help further define what kind of character you're playing. Okay, so you'll also choose a subclass. Take that class's foundation card into your hand. Okay. Every class begins with a unique class feature or several. You don't have to write this down. It's already provided in the bottom left of that class's character sheet. Shit, hang on. Before we go any further on this is my bad. I did not look up positioning. Flow of a game. Hang on. Core mechanics. Evasion, advantage, disadvantage, maps, range, and movement. Here we go. Map to be brought to the table. This might be used to clarify positioning, showcase an environment, or simply because the table enjoys using maps and miniatures. When this happens, the GM should create or reveal a map of an area. I don't even think you need the parentheses there. Just use a map. Make a map. Do the map. I don't know, something like that. Everyone place their miniature figures or tokens within it appropriately. Okay.
I don't like what Josh just said. Wizards and sorcerers are my least favorite classes in it so far, and wizards my jam. I love my wizards.
Design informs the fantasy. They aren't hitting the narratives for me. This is what I say. What I'm thinking here as I'm reading this is I am expecting everything to feel like a very. Whenever I say it's not purple, a lot of stuff is going to feel soft. Okay. There is going to probably be a. I was saying the whimsy and twee to it. I'm expecting to kind of get that twee feeling. We'll see what it says. I really wonder what the class design, or at least like the scaffolding and structure, is going to feel like. And I still don't have a great idea for the damage structure for the game just yet. So I'm still kind of trying to form my take on that. Evasion score. Shit, I need to go up and see that here in a second. Okay, create or reveal a map. This could be a simple drawing on a piece of paper, fully designed 3D map, as long as it represents a piece of information. Please cut this back down. Some tables may never almost use oh my god, okay. But by range, melee, close, far, very. Okay, so
everyone knows what a map is. You can just say you can use maps, not use maps. Simple zone-based ones, gridded, whatever. Done.
So we have range. Do we have size descriptions anywhere?
So they use range categories, which I'm familiar with.
Targets and groups. You can choose a target in range. This means a single creature or sometimes an object will be affected by that. Move may occupy a group. Is there anything that describes size? Because it's not so much about like, oh, well, yeah, you can only affect creatures that are this big or whatever. I'm worried about grid occupancy and what the rules are around that.
Do they have listed distances in the range categories or anything?
Yeah, they have melee, very close, close, far, very far.
Yeah, but are there like distances listed? I didn't bring it up.
Yeah, so very close is anywhere from about 5 to 10 feet. Melee, touching distance from the target. So anything that's close is a part of an action they take. Close means a distance where one can see a prominent details of a target across a room or to a neighboring market stall, generally about 10 to 30 feet away. While in danger, a PC can usually get into anything. Okay. Far means a distance where one can see the appearance of a person or object, but probably not in great detail, across a small battlefield or down a large corridor. This is usually about 30 to 100 feet away. While under danger, a PC will likely have to make an agility check to get here safely. Anything on a battle map that is within the length of a standard piece of paper can usually be considered far. Very far means a distance that you can see the shape of a person or object, but probably not make out any details across, generally about 100 to 300 feet away. While in danger, very far, anything beyond very far is considered out of range and usually cannot be targeted. Okay. Holy crap. Okay. Is there any reason that this had to be more than what they do in Shadow Dark or Black Hack?
There's a lot of information there. Like, Cypher uses ranges as well, and it's 4 sentences that describes it.
So melee is touch, which I don't get. I mean, very close. So is very close only here because they wanted to give pole arms some weight? I don't really know the purpose to having the very close in here just yet. Close as a distance. Okay, near, far.
If they have something equivalent to like attacks of opportunity or something like that, if you move away from a target, then there could be a difference between just being very close and being actually like engaged with them. If you play like the Alien RPG, there's a difference between being in the same close zone and being engaged with the target. Maybe that's why it's there.
Possibly. I just think that this. I don't think that this needs to be any more crazy than this. I don't think it needs to be so hyper specific. Here, Black Hack.
Well, here's the thing that gets me. This is supposed to be a loose narrative game, so like there's a lot of specificity in here for that.
Yeah, here you go. Black Hack was doing this. So Black Hack, where's this at? Yeah, movement and distances. Rather than track precise numbers, TBH uses 4 abstract ranges for measuring distances: close, nearby, far away, and distant. On their turn, every character can move somewhere nearby as part of an action, performing that action at any stage of the move. They can forego their action and move somewhere far away instead. Anything beyond far away can be classified as distant and would take 3 moves to get to. This system is designed to support the narrative, theater, or the mind style play, and is less concerned about tracking squares and fiddly distances. For converting existing movement rates or measures for spells or areas of effects, use the following as a guide: close, 0 to 5 feet, nearby, 0 to 60 feet, far away, 60 to 120 feet. This is all you need to know to abstract a combat for theater of the mind.
That's basically exactly how Cypher runs it. They have immediate, short, long, and then sometimes like a very long distance, but that's like 500 feet. Like you're starting to get into more like sniper ranges.
Yeah.
But in actual play, you just have like immediate, it's close to you, short, not that far away, and long.
Yeah. If there's like, maybe there's a very specific reason in here why they're doing this, but like and I'm kind of wondering what the perspective is going to be on this, how they're going to be talking about it. This is one of the weird things that I kind of had insofar as Shadow Dark went, where there were just some odd sentences like you could move up to near, and I was like, wait, what is that? It was odd, right? Because like I was seeing it from the perspective of the thing you were moving next to, so you can move up to near to this thing, and I was like, wait, what does that mean? But it's always in relation to you. So yeah. Size is the other thing I was trying to find because I wanted to figure out occupancy. Okay, they may have the ability to rest to continue on with their journey. When they do, they'll have the ability to take downtime actions. Although this is their time to recover from the dangers they faced, it's also an ideal opportunity for characters to have important emotional scenes with the... this tells me, like, you're trying to make a game to emotionally manipulate. Like, that's me being hyperbolic, but, like, this feels like you're trying to milk tension, emotion, out of every fucking thing, and it just I'm just never down with games like this. Yeah, in your downtime, it's time to get emotional, baby. Why the hell does that need to be specified? It doesn't. It doesn't. No size to be found. The fact that it's an improv game does not negate the reason to... Okay, you cannot say use common sense whenever we're talking about something like grid occupancy in a game where you've established there are rules to tactical combat. So I'm very curious if they're... Do they have the size rules? I don't mind. Yeah, I'm not saying no emotions in your game or anything like that, but whenever a game keeps saying, like, this is the time to get emotional, baby, I'm like, oh my god, I just don't care. I'm like, I don't want to play it. The driving force of that emotion and make actions that reflect it. This is very much, if there is a way to codify or give an example for what it means to be like, these are acting heavy games. This is an acting heavy game. Yeah. Some people are big actors, and like this would be the type of game that I would say is trying to emphasize acting, not dungeon crawling. Yeah, just tell me how to roll. Yeah, yeah. Again, like I say, it's no shade on anybody else, but like these are my gut reactions to it, where I feel like this is probably not going to be the game for me, because it just feels like it's trying to pull and tug at all these heartstrings, but like I don't care about those moments where people are like, well, you see, my goblin is very upset with the fact that you took his porridge yesterday. I don't fucking care. Yeah.
Now, as someone that like, I do occasionally do a little bit of that in my games. We've had the occasional touching moments in various ones of mine, but at the same time, I don't need anything in the book to tell me when or how to do that. That is not what the book is there for me. It is a rule book. I need the rules in it.
Yeah,
all the other role play stuff we can figure out.
I need the game that I am engaging with, and like that other shit that happens, it will happen as a result of the story progressing naturally, right? Like I have had those moments where I've said or done a thing that has made players cry at the table, and like that's fine. But like whenever it feels like they're trying to milk that out of everything in here, I don't know how to explain it. Yeah, emotional beats and character arcs are emergent. Don't tell someone how to imagine. Like, oh yes, thank you. Yeah. If those, oh yeah, here we go. If those emotions, if those feelings aren't emerging through the mechanics of the game, it is emotional manipulation. Oh, and it's not legitimate, by the way. Like, yeah, it's like saying, here's how you should feel about this.
And yeah, I don't want a spot where it's like, okay, so we've reached X stage in the rules. I have to be sad now.
Yeah, exactly. It's a very silly and like I was saying, very twee way of looking at this.
Some Splendor domain cards give benefits for having emotional moments. I don't mind emotional moments, like I said, but I don't want it to be. No, I don't want it to be part of those.
Oh my god! Look, there's a really good reason I'll watch like fucking Die Hard over The Notebook. I don't really care to have these like if everything is this like make you cry compassionate moment. I don't fucking want to do this game, right? Like that's, and it's a tonal difference. It's a genre difference, and it's a taste preference. It's fine to have these taste preferences, but like, it's just, as I keep looking at it, I'm really wondering why they feel the need to get this wordy and purple with it. And like my feedback, I guess my critique would be, I'm not really interested in the experience that this is trying to provoke from what it's already like expressing here.
My biggest critique so far is I'm not even against the narrative experience. But if you want to have a narrative experience, you need to have less rules getting in the way. The more you implement rules, the more you limit what you can do, because you have things codified now. They're adding tons for a rules light system. They're adding a lot of rules here, which the more rules you have, the more shackled you are.
Yeah. Oh, thank you, Phil, for hitting me up. Phil said the music was too loud for a second. My bad, folks. Okay.
Notice me, senpai.
Yeah.
Welcome, Amanda. You must be new here.
Yeah.
Talking to him directly is a no-no.
Oh man. Okay. Like there's interesting things that are already happening in here. I personally am probably not going for the experience that this is asking for, because this game is spending a lot of time telling me I need to have emotional experiences with this or whatever. And I would like to know about, like, okay, well, whenever we're in this cave or something, if there's a big, massive, like, I don't know, fucking gelatinous cube blocking this entryway, how do I know I can't just run through it? Is the game covering its tactics that it's saying it can do, right? Mm-hmm. If it's telling me that, like, I mean, I can, I don't know, I just feel like anytime that games go this in-depth into talking about feeling the emotional experience or whatever, the emotion feels cringy because it doesn't feel authentic. It's like, those are things that, like someone in chat was saying, right? These are things that emerge through the story, not the game telling you need to now be crying, right? Like, yeah, this is, yeah, all the heart without the dagger. Yeah, basically, right? Like, so the resolution mechanic is interesting. I 2d12, and you're basically essentially always kind of taking whatever the higher roll is you're taking whichever die rolled higher to dictate what's happening with the narrative. Okay, maybe you're gonna do something cool with that. I'm here for that. I just don't think that it's really gosh, how do I put it? Maybe for tables that want to go for the very, very high acting game, this is what we would call an acting game, where the experience is more about the embracing the narrative. The mechanics are giving you weight, or they're spending your power budget. Let's go in so far as to say that there's actual power budget being spent for your class features for narrative beats. Someone was saying that one of the classes literally has awarding you for emotional roleplay moments.
The domain cards or something, they said.
Splendor, right? Okay, domain cards.
Now, here's just my thing. It's meant to be a narrative game, but and I like narrative stuff, but there's bulk to the rules, which is getting in the way of that. Yeah. So, like, this theoretically could have been more in my wheelhouse, but they've taken some very elegant systems. Like they mentioned, like, Cypher, and they should have mentioned Fate as well, but they didn't, because of, like, the narrative tools that they're implementing. But the problem is they've taken sets of very elegant narrative tools. In Cypher and Fate, they both do it very similarly. It's one mechanic that works the same on both sides of the table, which is great, because if you're playing solo or co-op, it would work fine either way. And they've split it and added to it and bulked it up to the point where it's not that same, like, I don't want to use the word streamlined, but, like, elegant narrative tool anymore.
Right. I mean, and streamlining does... okay, so, like, streamlining does and doesn't... it is and it isn't overused, right? Like, it does have a meaning. It absolutely does have a meaning and purpose to it. The problem is, that and Snappy were basically used to describe everything in TTRPGs last year. Where it was like, what's this new system? Oh, it's Snappy. That doesn't tell me anything. Like, what does Snappy mean? Things click. It actually, like, what? Does it come with a popper snapper? Like, what are we talking about here? Snappy, it means quicker combat, I guess. Okay, well then say quicker combat. How quicker? What does it do to be quicker? Domain cards. Let me read these domain cards, then we'll talk about
Vagabond is streamlined and snappy.
Yeah, right. That's why I use laser focused.
And cinematic was the other big one that was used last year too.
Oh God, yeah. Okay, so Domain cards. At character creation and as your character levels up, you'll gain increasingly powerful domain cards, which provide abilities and spells that you can utilize during your adventures. Each domain card is comprised of 5 elements. Level is top left, right? Level and domain? Yes, top left of the card. Recall cost. Recall cost. Once you reach level 5, you'll have... Wait, what does it mean to recall it?
You move a card from your vault to your loadout.
Okay, I'm just going to read through this and then... Okay, so there's other stuff after this. You'll have more cards than you do space in your loadout. When you want to move a card from your vault to your loadout, you'll either need to do so during downtime or mark the number of stress indicated on the card to swap it immediately.
There's so many subsystems in this game.
Okay. So this is a way for you to swap an ability you otherwise don't have ready to go for your character? Oh, I'm not a fan of that. I like the idea of... Okay. So, I like the idea that your character has access to a bunch of different talents that they can get a hold of. I would be very curious as to why this is here. Why cut the character off from using the abilities that they leveled up into? Right?
Yeah.
Like, why are we limited at using, what, five different abilities or something like that?
Use your special shield slam. Oh, I don't have it today. Well, you had it yesterday.
Yeah, like, if I'm a sword specialist and suddenly I give up the ability to, like, unsheath a sword, or, I don't know, I'm being hyperbolic there, but, like, what... I don't really get what this is doing. What is this adding to the game?
Like, why is it flavored like that?
Yeah.
Like in Cypher, they have those single-use ciphers, but they're flavored for that as a reason. They tend to be like, if it's fantasy, they're potions, they're scrolls, they're runes. In Numenera, they're like one-off, like alien technology things that break or something like that. That's the reason they're like that. What's the explanation behind suddenly not being able to do this one cool ability today?
I'm not... Oh, hey, what up, Zip? Is this more complicated than needed?
There's trying to go 2 different directions on this.
Yeah, so we have a dice resolution mechanic. We also now have this other interplay happening with the domain cards. And the domain cards feel like techniques that you could swap in or out, or bonuses that could happen. So, like, what is this ability? When you're targeted by a ranged attack, mark a stress to roll your hope die and increase your evasion against its attack by its value. Okay, so you take on stress as a form of, like, narrative for fatigue or something like that, and increase your evasion against this attack by its value. So the roll of the hope die, okay. That, I think, I can get it. But my question would be, why aren't these just class features? Is it because they wanted to throw a ton of options out there? And then, like, you're only limited to 5. So is that the arbitrary way? From the videos, you take cards out, you put away. It just costs a meta currency.
But what is the narrative of why they go away? Like, why do you suddenly forget how to do something?
Yeah. So, like, the class of shared domains. Right. Like, I get that. I get that for sure. It's like Pokemon attacks. Everyone's a Vancian caster, kinda.
Oh. If an effect tells you to place a card permanently in your vault, that card is essentially removed from play. You can permanently lose access to them?
What?
Very end of page 34.
You can sell more cards. That's very true. This is a very brilliant marketing gimmick. Some of them could be holographic. First edition, I see it coming.
Yeah, you careful though. You get the cards early, and Pinkertons are coming to you. They'll follow suit.
Cards in your loadout can be held. Okay, cards in your loadout can be held in your hand or placed in the table next to your character sheet. Do whatever makes it easiest to access them. What? Or in your why do they keep adding these? Like, don't worry. Oh, I know what it is, Ken.
What?
This feels like this is written by somebody trying to explain something that has severe anxiety. Everything is so over-explained.
Because that's one thing they always tell you when you're doing like an RPG book or anything. Say it with confidence. Like, this is how it works. Done.
Everything is written like it's somebody who is like so anxious to tell you to do a thing.
Yeah. So you can attack on a Tuesday, I guess, if that's okay with you.
Yeah, like, I mean, if you're not feeling it this session, don't worry. You don't have to play this game. Yeah. Twitter speaks, so you hate waffles. That's kind of funny. Yeah, it almost feels like it's worried about Twitter speak. And not Twitter speak as in like raging people over on Twitter, but this feels like this was written by somebody who was socially trained on Twitter. Or how to handle Twitter responses. Because everything, yeah.
Once again, declaration, like, editor hasn't seen this. An editor would clean that up. So
this was also, I'm realizing, of a problem I have with the voice of Candela Obscura. Yeah, like that coworker I met way too. Yeah. Like, it's everything feels like it is. It can't make a confident decision to say, here is what you do. Instead, it's like, okay, well, do we really need to have like cards in your loadout can be held in hand or placed in the table next to your character sheet. Do whatever makes it easiest to access them. This
you don't need that bat. That last
we could cut out over half of this right here. That's what I think kind of makes this a little bit frustrating to read, is that I feel like it's something that it's like it almost talks down to you by virtue of feeling like it's written by someone with severe anxiety. And yes, an editor could come through here and clean that up, but it's like, I need to move on. Like, it's becoming a little bit annoying just by over explaining itself. It is hand holding. Yeah. It's
now,
probably written
to a degree. I get it. Like, writing is, I don't want to say this meanly, but like, maybe if you didn't have the experience you needed for writing stuff like this, an RPG book is a very unique type of book because it's technical manual and then story flavor shit kind of mixed together. But the problem is you need to separate those the mechanics. You need to be technical manual writer when you're writing those things.
Yes. Part of what I've been doing in the last like week on Vagabond after I've been releasing the version 3.0 was
Dwarf goblins.
Oh, hey, who just subbed? Epolays Dreamweaver. Hey, welcome. So oh man, I was trying to do it as you were walking in.
I was trying to come in quiet and scare you, maybe.
No, I was like, I could see you up here too.
First she invades your chat. Now she's sneaking into your house.
Yeah, I know, right? Hi.
Hi.
How are you?
Welcome to the world.
Are you? Have you? Welcome.
Thanks. Got out of bed.
Yeah.
I didn't want to, but I'm hungry.
I know,
so
same here.
I was gonna like go to...
Are you?
Yeah. I want an egg sandwich.
Yeah, it's just lunchtime and I don't really know. I guess.
I can get you some.
Well, I would do one of those chicken bacon ranches thing, but like they just like jizz everywhere the moment you bite into it.
You do into that.
Not for stream, but
That's
like,
fair.
because then that gets clipped and then.
And then you get more subs. Then.
You would hope, right? It turns out no. Okay, so
Yes, Willy Wonka, I am the goblin, and it is time.
the designers are just trying to be thorough. That's the thing, though, is you can be thorough and not include this many like sentences. It's being concise. You wanna handle. Boom! How quick and snappy can we like say? Okay, cards in your loadout are held in your hand, or the cards in your loadout. Do we really need to say where these go?
They're into it. They're into it.
Oh my. So we have only a maximum of 5 domain cards active at any time, along with your subclass, ancestry, and community cards. Also very weird that your ancestry domain cards you would suddenly lose because I'm not a dwarf for today.
Today you can just change your...
Yeah, apparently, like, you swap this out, like, your class features or whatever are held in a loadout. It's like what you have in your hand.
Your, like, species or whatever.
You can't change that.
Oh.
But it's the kind of thing I was saying, right? Where it doesn't feel like the narrative of what these even mean really clicks because of this mechanic that they built out.
Do you... Anything?
I am hungry. Swing somewhere. Oh god, am I really gonna be this gross? Yes. What? It's poo.
Yellow.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that makes sense. This is the way we wrote it. We read it first. This is our first time looking at it, but yeah, you're right. So it's just the domain cards that are limited. Your subclass, ancestry, community cards, they're just, you keep those.
Oh, okay. That makes a lot more sense.
So you're not suddenly not a dwarf because you hit really hard today.
God, that was like, wait, what? That does not make any sense. Glad to know it doesn't make any sense because that's not how it works. Okay.
It's just partly the way it was worded because you can only have a maximum of 5 domain cards along with your subclass, ancestry, and community can be interpreted to mean like, oh, 5 of those? Okay, cool.
Yeah, I don't know. I just don't really like the card feel. How do I put it? For your features to be on cards, to be a thing that you need to use, does intrinsically give it that, like Yuke was saying, a bit of a Vancian magic feel. Actually, no, I don't want chicken nuggets. Well, I thought about that, and then I was like, no.
Whether they're on cards or written on your character sheets, like it would be much the same thing as like 4th edition D&D, where it's just like those all of those abilities in 4th edition could have easily been on cards as well. This is just a format thing.
Yeah,
but it does. It does give that feel.
Gamey. Too gamified.
It's very gamey and not in a good way.
It's a game.
So it is a game, yeah. So games are going to have game mechanic. If this has a board game feel, I'm pretty fine with that because honestly, too many TTRPGs are like, we're not a board game. Are you kidding me? No, we're an art. I'm kind of
sit at a table.
Yeah,
and play with.
I am pretty tired of the fart sniffer TTRPGs.
Board like.
Yeah, it's. So I'm fine with something having more quote unquote gamey mechanics. I just have to be sold on why the mechanic is necessary. And I don't get why there's things like you can have a maximum of 5 domain cards active at any one time, along with your subclass, ancestry, and community cards. I specifically for I don't know, man.
So I look at something like Alien RPG, where it's got its 2 modes. It's like cinematic mode where it plays very board gamey, and I'm cool with that. I've had super amounts of fun with it. And it has its campaign mode, which is a little less board gamey. My problem with this one though is I'm okay with it playing maybe a bit board gamey with the cards and the extra tokens and stuff like that. But the problem is that's not who they're marketing it to.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Would you see a package just showed up? Would you mind seeing what that was? I love you.
I love you.
You got that butt. That's very nice.
That Kirby
That butt, yeah.
Kirby butt.
Cards rock. Don't get the card hate if your spells have lots of text with them on cards. We're talking about something that like everyone is opting into here. You know, the thing with spell cards is like they were easier for a particular person to track. That was a preference-based thing. Now this is a must opt into as a part of it. Yeah, basketball is gamey and it rules. Yeah, it's one of the aspects of it that like I think. How do I put this?
Oh no, I'm not saying that they're story focused on one side and combat focused on the other. It's the fact that they have marketed this as rules light, and it's not.
Yeah, right.
That's what I'm saying, that they haven't marketed it right. It's not that it's like you can have. I've had very deep story moments in first edition Pathfinder. Like that's not the dynamic that I'm having issues with. It's the fact that they keep saying this is a very rules light system. Here's the following 37 subsystems you must keep track of.
Yeah. No, exactly. It's so they really ought to get rid of that rules light moniker.
Trek says that he doesn't think that they did market it as rules light. I thought they had mentioned.
Oh yeah, I mean it's in the. I don't think they maybe didn't market it as rules light, but it is in the introduction as a way that they describe the game. Oh god, yeah, we talked about the real over explanation of safety tools in this book. Well, we did over on your stream. We didn't really talk about it here. Ooh, would I go so far as to make a stance on that here?
Oh hey, Jordan P. is just silent.
Oh, hey, what up, Jordan? So session 0 totally works. The checklist by Monty Cook, I am very meh on. Establishing lines and veils, super works. The checklist is okay. The checklist is okay with a group that you're already kind of familiar with, but you are also kind of quote unquote giving somebody a list of your fucking fears.
As much as I'm a fucking Monty Cook Games shill in so many ways, I have never liked that damn checklist thing.
Yeah. Here, I'll scroll down through it real quick. What?
It is Jordan with a PA.
Oh, hey, what up, Jordan?
Hi, Jordan.
What up, man? So is it D&D light or Pathfinder light? Oh, that's funny. Okay. I'll do the chicken bacon ranch wrap thing.
Okay.
I guess I just want chicken to just, gush on me.
Well, they were here for it,
Yeah.
so
It's fine.
okay.
Woo! Oh yeah, by the way, see, you all know I actually am a customer of Mini Worlds. I didn't just do that for a fucking video. Yeah. All right.
Okay.
Do you want to put that in the...
Yeah. Do you want any?
Thank you.
No, gosh.
We're good. Okay, so talking about the use of safety tools and everything like that, especially whenever you put them in a game like this. So the X card, this is probably the most well-known safety tool, and insofar as where I have seen it or whatever, in the games where this has ever been said that this was an option, it was never used. Because the tool or the person that this tool is used for right here is the person least likely to use it. This tool is made for people who aren't feeling comfortable about a situation, but people who probably also likely have other neurodivergences that keep them from using a card like this, as to not ruffle any feathers at the table. Everyone else is already having a really good time. I don't want to disrupt the flow or whatever, etc., etc. X card, this is a tool that at the time we thought this was fine for maybe conventions or something like that. It turns out this isn't really a super effective tool. Most people are just going to be I need to take a break, and they're going to take a break. And the people who would actually lock up and not be able to emotionally respond in a situation like this probably honestly should not be engaging with the TTRPG hobby, because that sounds like a severe reaction.
I like some safety tools, but I think the X card is bad because it brings it. First of all, you're bringing attention to you in a situation you probably don't want attention brought to you. You might as well be standing up and being starting to sing at that point.
Right.
And secondly, you're not communicating. You're just saying something bad. So now the GM has to guess, is it the whole scene? Is it an aspect of the scene? What is bad? Like what are you having an issue with that we didn't just have a conversation about ahead of time?
Right. This is a safety tool that I do not think is effective at all. I would say at all. Because there are other tools that you can put into place, or just like, I mean, we say tools to put into place. I also just hate the fact that we call them safety tools. It makes it sound like if you don't use them, that the table is literally dangerous or harmful. Or I'm like, you might have an awkward experience. You might have something that like makes you feel very uncomfortable. I did have a moment where like I didn't realize there was a trigger of Amanda's that I was hitting at one point. We learned from it, and I apologized, and we moved on. Right? Yeah. We're adults. Nothing that you implement into a game can ever completely remove or account for things you don't know may or may not trigger somebody. So here's the thing. With safety tools, I believe in certain safety tools being effective, at least what we call them. I don't think the X card is one of them. I do, however, think that lines and veils are super effective. With lines and veils, whenever I say fade to black, this is literally just the narrative device of where you cut a fucking scene off. Like, that's it. This is your taste for how you're going to censor or imply a thing is going on rather than spelling it out. Right? Like, there's a veil, I say a veil, there's a line that we have, like at my tables. This is what we just call fade to black, okay? And that is, if things get spicy, we don't narrate it. We don't. We just don't. None of us wanted to be writing erotica with our friends, you know? There's another thing where if there's nudity involved, we don't describe anyone's genitals. Because I've seen some of these fucking RPG horror stories where, like, the moment that got uncomfortable was the moment that people started talking about looking at or, like, observing or describing their own parts, right? Because then they're like, oh, well, you know, my 3-foot-long dragonborn cock. It's like, God damn it, that's so weird. Like, no, don't do that. So don't describe genitals, you know? It's like, you can do the fun, whatever, like goofy ass, like beach scenes or whatever, but there's a line and that line is like right there, you know? Like, why does it have to go R? Yeah.
I'm always a little torn on this. Like lines and veils, yes, I'm 100% behind it. But at the same time, like we've always been using them. It's just you have a conversation usually a lot with your players being like, hey, anything bad here? And you know, like Bill will be like, hey, you incorporate spiders. I'm gonna burn down your house because I don't like spiders. That's a line for me. Okay, cool. Yeah. We just didn't call them lines and veils at the time. We were just like, hey, don't talk about spiders around Bill.
Yeah, the chat was just bringing up the Half Chub saga, and I'm like, oh yeah, that's exactly why. See, the moment, like with that scene, had he just done something that was just like, number one, he could have just not fucking done any of that. But of course, Orion Akaba is Orion Akaba.
That fuck.
Yeah. Dude, that thing could have just not been a whole, like, it wouldn't have been as weird had he just not described his character's penis. Like, the moment you get into that is the moment, like, it immediately goes from, okay, like, a fun, lighthearted moment to extremely weird. Extremely fucking cringe, yeah. Infamous statement, yeah. Tiberius is getting a half chub. Oh, Christ.
But at the same time, if your group's down with that, there's nothing wrong with it either. Like, I would never, like, yuck your yum if that's
what no, like I said,
to do, like.
For my table, yeah, as always, you know, like for my table, right? These are always, for my table, we cut this off at, you don't describe genitals. Yeah, it's always like, this is just my preference, my tables, right? The silence was deafening. No, I'm pretty sure Travis's, your what? Was fucking thunderous. Oh, that was so fucking funny. Oh, Yeah, the anyway. Oh, Christ.
But I do very much agree with Lines and Veils, and they mentioned it here in session 0. One thing I actually would suggest is like check in with your players now and again. Like every once in a while, be like people change, new things come up. Maybe they forgot to say something originally. Like just talk as an adult.
Yep. Just have these conversations. You'd be shocked how many problems and things get solved just by communicating. Overwhelmingly 99% of the problems you see happen over on like RPG subreddits where they're like, how do I tell my players that they keep bringing chicken to the table and I would rather have hamburgers? Like, okay, talk to them. What do you want the fucking RPG subreddit to do for you? I never understand the problems that people take over there where it's like, how do I tell my players that they probably shouldn't like punch my wife when they walk through the door? Maybe say something? I don't know.
Wow. Okay, we went dark.
What? What? Like they should? Okay, hyperbolic example. But there's so many of these. Like, yeah, they're all anxious, little small. Yeah, but this is the thing that like, if it's high anxiety problems and they're trying to give you tools that would exacerbate that anxiety, you know what I mean? Yeah. Like X card is big on anxiety. That is you're taking a moment to be like, everyone else is having fun, I'm not. I need to stop.
There might as well be a giant spotlight that goes like on you when you do it.
Yeah. Although I do agree, Yuke was saying that they work really well for VTT. Yes, whenever they don't let the entire table know that like, hey, someone's feeling uncomfortable. Okay, yeah, absolutely. Most of these time, people making those conflict resolution posts on Reddit are often just the person working up the courage to confront their friends. Yes, or they're people who are making shit up in order to like get likes over on RPG Twitter or RPG Reddit. Yeah. It's 99% of people complaining about the problems at the table can be solved just by normal functioning humans. Yeah, absolutely. And like, if the advice that is going to solve their problem is talk to your players, and then they're like, well, I don't want to do that. It's like, what? Oh, God. Okay, so essentially what it looks like here is... All right, I'm going to use this as an example. Sure. All right, here's my cards, right? So I have... Yeah, TTRPG Karma Farm, exactly. All right. So I have my 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, now I have 5 cards that represent my class. And with my class, I get unique features. Where were the domain cards? Okay. Oh, no, wait. These are my domain cards that I get.
Just the domain cards that are limited. Everything else you can have however many of.
Okay. So the 5 domain cards. Now, is it my class is what establishes my domain? Choose your domain cards.
No. Wait. The domain stuff is independent of your class, I believe. It's a core theme of each class. I think you can choose from within it. Is that how that works?
The combination of 2 domains forms the basis for each class's abilities and spells, which you'll gain from your domain cards.
Oh, I get it. Okay.
Okay. So 9 domains, 9 times 9 is 81. So there are 81 potential classes that you can make using this system. Is that right? Am I doing that right?
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Okay. I was like, let me be wrong for all the math nerds out there. So each class has 2 domains. Oh, later, Zip. Yeah, man. Thanks for popping in. The registry for... Oh, shit. I completely spaced about that. Yes, I do need to play. My bad. I've had so many other projects kind of going on, but yes, I do need to play. Yeah, feel free. Keep me in the loop, man. Yeah, I'll see you later, dude. Aren't the domains bolted to the class? Yes, they are. Yeah. Okay, so I have these cards. I have 5 of my domain cards, right? Okay, cool. Here's this. Along with my subclass, ancestry, and community cards. So let me see how many I get for my ancestry. Purposeful design your creature, what you purpose in. What? Okay, clank. Wait, shit.
Okay, so assuming this is kind of working how I think it's working, I kind of like the idea of like the mixing and matching of the domains to like forge the classes together.
Yeah, that's fine.
That's pretty cool, actually. I like that.
Yeah, it's all very purple, but again, like so is everything else about this, because like bone is like primal, right? Codex, this is basically study or research or academics or whatever you want to say. Grace, yeah, this is the domain of charisma, yeah. Midnight, shadow, yes. Okay, so like we get what these are kind of like principles around, and I could go on ahead and guess that like what Blade and Bone is going to be their guardian, Codex and Arcana is going to be their wizard, the domain of the natural world, so Sage and Arcana is going to be their druid, right?
Yeah, so and like Rogue would be like probably like Blade and Midnight or something.
Yeah, what was it? Yeah, like Blade and Midnight. Yeah, right. Yeah, Grace and Codex for Bard. Now I'm just curious. Did I get it right? Did I say Bone and Blade for Guardian? Valor and Blade. Oh, shit. Protection for Valor. Whether through attack or defense. Really? They didn't go for... Oh, Swiftness and Tactical Mastery. Oh, okay. I thought that was like primal stuff. Okay. Blade of Valor is Guardian. Well, poop on me.
Yeah, I haven't looked at exactly how it's implemented, but so I kind of like that idea of like mixing and matching these primordial themes together to like make the different bits.
Yeah,
it could let people like homebrew their own shit on top of that a little bit easier too.
It's the same. It's essentially the same thing I've done in Vagabond with the class archetypes.
Yeah,
or the class dynamics. You know, because that makes it to where you can pick up certain perks based off of if you're a warrior or if you're an arcanist or whatever. Domains are 4E coded. That's a 4E thing?
I'm gonna have to dig out my 4E books again. It's been so long. They're in a box
Role
somewhere.
And power source, huh? Recall cost. Soft right of the card lists the number next to a lightning bolt symbol. This is the card's recall cost. Here. Once you reach level 5, you'll have more cards in your loadout. When you want to move a card from your vault to your loadout, you'll either need to do so during downtime or mark the number of stress indicated at the top. Okay, to swap it. Okay. Type. Each card's type appears in the center of the card. Ability. Gotcha. There are 3 types of domain cards: abilities, spells, and grimoires. Abilities are typically mundane in nature, as opposed to spells, which are magical in nature. Grimoires are unique to the Codex domain and are a collection of similar spells bundled together. Some game mechanics only apply to one of these types of cards. Effect. The text on the bottom half of the card describes its effect, including any special rules you need to follow when you use that card. Okay.
But the big question is how many islands you have to leave open for the counter spell card.
Yeah, I was about to say, do I need to tap these, or what's the... Can someone play an instant and... Doesn't that mean the core classes are essentially built upon the premise of multi-classing since you always mix 2 together? I don't think so. They have this idea that there's a theme that's kind of mashed together here. It's like saying that, like, oh, well, the barbarian is a primal warrior as the paladin is a divine warrior, or the cleric is a divine caster, right? So they have 2 separate themes that are combined to make the whole.
These are just themes or concepts that you're putting together, which, I mean, to a degree, when you're designing something in like D&D or Pathfinder, you're kind of mentally doing these gymnastics anyways.
Yeah. Phil had a Phil had a whole breakdown of this on Phil Kearney, sorry, about the thematics around the 5 colors of magic and how he incorporated that into D&D for his supplement. I forget what the It was like the themes or the paradigm. There we go. It all has to do with what the paradigm actually means for these different archetypes. Hey, there's Phil.
I know it's not my stream, but we gotta give a shout out to Phil anyways. He streams about 317,000 times a week, so you should.
I know, right? Yeah, that's Phil in chat. Phil does a bunch of art streams where he's covering not just the game design process, but also creating the artwork for all the stuff he's working on. And he just dropped his Spelljammer thing he's been working on for like almost 3 years, I want to say. Or he's dropping it soon.
It's about 2, I think. He was putting like last few streams I've seen, he was like putting like finishing touches on it, and I think he just finished it. Actually, I think is he live streaming right now, or just live streaming right now?
Are you live streaming right now and lurking in my stream, Phil? Is that what you're doing? Before.
Almost dropped 6 hours. Okay.
Wait, hang on. Is that 6 hours ago? Wait. No, there's Sam. I don't see Phil on here.
Streams. Oh, he just finished streaming.
Oh, okay. All right.
Like 3. He started it 3 hours ago.
6 hours. Jeez. Yeah, he's almost there. Shit. Yeah, come join up in the Discord. Anybody else, and you'll see Phil's process as he's been going through making that whole monster. So okay. All in all, I don't dislike this. I think that having the cards, and there are some that you permanently have because of certain choices.
Mm-hmm.
I think these are fine and kind of cool.
I kind of like it. When we were experimenting more with Pathfinder 2nd edition, which we've kind of dropped since, I won't say why, but we just didn't stick with it. But like some of my players were struggling, but I found if they had, rather than like looking through their sheet, if they had the cards in front of them, they could shuffle. I put all their abilities on cards. I found that those players that were struggling had an infinitely easier time to just have that card and focus their attention on that ability on the card. I kind of like it. I've seen stuff like that work really well.
Yeah,
I'm hoping that they'll have like PDF sheets that you can just print out to do.
They already do. Yeah, okay, they already do.
Good.
Yeah, so the PDF sheets are already out there. I mean, for me, I'm always the kind of guy where like I need the primo. I need I need those fucking official cards. And then I need the proxies. I need to make my own proxies. This is the thing I really do like about whenever I've talked about Vagabond Spaghetti Grindhouse, where you're going to be using a deck of playing cards, but like I want you to modify the fuck out of that deck. I want you to make proxies and make it your own.
Yeah.
I because of like games like Balatro, I'm like, I don't know, we'll put a fucking tarot card in there somewhere and see what that does.
God, I love Balatro.
Dude, it's so fucking good. It's dumb how much of my life that game has just absolutely ripped.
Thank you for getting me that game. The amount of hours I put into it will wreck my relationship.
Dude, it's so good. Ugh. How often you could swap cards? Yeah.
My only thing is like I got to see how many cards you're going to get by the time you're like an end of campaign character, because I don't want to be sitting down and like managing like a commander deck's worth of like cards here. Like it's gotta be like, I'm glad there's limit on 5 on the domain cards, but once you get in your class and race cards, I'm hoping it just doesn't get too big.
Actually, you know what? I kind of wish it was a deck. You know how cool it would be for your deck to be representative of your character? Like, this is what I'm doing with Vagabond, like, the Spaghetti Grindhouse.
I almost made a card RPG like that before, but then I realized the nightmare of printing cards, and I stopped.
I see, for me there, I'm just like, I'm going to release the sheets, and then I'm going to leave it up to like drive through cards to do the printing or whatever. Despite the fact that I don't like their quality, they're literally just, I mean, these right here are lightning source cards.
Maybe I'll look at it again, but this was like 8 or 9 years ago I was looking at doing this, so.
Oh god, yeah.
The printing thing on drive-thru wasn't really a thing.
Because of this, you can actually get a race card.
One card for ancestry, one card for... You only get one ancestry? Is there multiple things on it?
I honestly think 5e has boggled a lot of people's minds about how much shit your ancestry should give you. I'm even going through on Vagabond and clipping so much of that shit. Like the way that they handle it in Dragonbane. Do you need to know the intricacies of what it means for your character to have like elves? Okay, so what are elves getting in D&D? Keen Elven Sight, they're getting a bonus to or they're getting a proficiency with a skill. They're getting yada, right? But like, ancestry should honestly only give you 2 things. Yep, this is part of why I was talking the other day about deleting the Gremlin ancestry from Vagabond, because it's just too complicated. And like nobody's playing it. Yeah, ancestry takes up way too much design space. Yeah,
I understand that completely. I mean, I play a lot of games where the ancestry doesn't even really give you anything. You say I'm an elf. That's cool. It didn't really give me anything. I'm being an elf, and I've just made my character to be very elfy.
Yeah. Your favorite ancestry system is Shadowdark, since it gives you one thing that's always relevant. Yep. I actually feel like we are going to see a lot of... I think the most popular games that are going to wind up like succeeding in the next 5 to 10 years are going to be the ones that have a fairly open hacker space to them, and the ones that know how to keep it condensed. Like, yeah. That reminds me that I mentioned that people not really liking Vagabond's Gremlin. No, I not that they didn't like it, just that nobody's played it, so I didn't think it had a really good appeal. But I appreciate that, Yuke. Yeah, you're liking how Vagabond and Daggerheart have smaller ancestry traits. This is part of why I don't think this next edition of 5e is going to hit. I think that this next edition of D&D is going to wind up flopping because they're bogging down their system even further. Rather than cutting shit back from 5e, they're adding on to it. Literally every weapon getting additional properties. It's just woof, man. Like,
I don't know if I'd go so far as to call it a flop, because the amount of D&D diehards and new people getting in that still just D&D and TTRPGs being synonymous and stuff.
Right.
I don't know if I'd go so far as to say it'll flop. It won't be nearly as successful as they want, and obviously they're in trouble financially for many reasons.
Yeah.
But I still think that whatever the fuck they're calling it now, it's not D&D 2024. It's not. Is it still just 5e? I don't know. Whatever.
I'll say this. I don't think, and this is like, if I'm wrong on this, who fucking cares? I don't think they're going to make back the money on the investment they've already put into it.
No, they shot themselves. You can only shoot yourselves in the foot so many times and still walk.
Yeah. I think what's going to wind up happening, because we already know they've spent $1 billion on this VTT. Mm-hmm. I don't think they're making $1 billion back on this new edition. Yeah.
They're already panicking. Like that's the reason that they suddenly gave official support to Foundry after spending $1 billion on their own TTR, their own VTT. They're panicking.
Oh, and I guess I hadn't said this or anything in a while yet. Yeah, because I saw a couple of people were talking about this situation, and I guess I'll just give a quick departure because I got to eat here in a second. I'm not going to be leaving stream, but I'll put it on a break here in a second. But yeah, I haven't talked about this yet. We'll go back to Daggerheart here in a second. But okay, so there's been a situation that happened where Wizards of the Coast dropped support for printing Portuguese books. You saw this, right, Ted?
Yeah,
Ked. So they dropped support for their Portuguese customers, and I saw this, and I was just like, okay, well, that super sucks. I wonder what they're gonna do as a means of getting these books to these people, right? Turns out, nothing. So what this winds up doing is it makes the only avenue for these people to get a hold of the game either used copies or only through a subscription service like D&D Beyond, right? So, like, here's my thing. I'm like, Wizards of the Coast, Hasbro, I'll give you an even easier PR layup than the one that I gave you whenever I fucked up that call on the AI art thing, okay? Here's a super fucking cake PR win for you guys. Release the Portuguese PDF for sale. You already have it. I know how print production works. You have this file. It would cost you nothing to do this, and it would be a massive PR win. You release the PDF of this for sale for, I don't know, $20. It prints you money. It doesn't cost you anything to do. Maybe you could say in terms of operation or something like that, like operating on your servers or whatever, you do it on fucking Roll20, or DM's Guild. Through the DM's Guild, do a PDF of the Portuguese version, and there you go. Say, you know what? We won't force you guys over into D&D Beyond. Instead, here's what we have in the PDFs of all of our material in Portuguese over for sale. You buy it, you get it, you don't have to buy our subscription service. This is the reason why they're not doing well with this situation. This is such an easy ass cake win. But they know they can just straight up not fucking do this and force people into their subscription service. This is the reason why they're getting hell on this, by the way. Like, they're essentially forcing people into using D&D Beyond in order to play their game. They won't, yeah. And like, this is an easy cake win. They could be doing this. You think that I'm overestimating the level of good PR that would do, but it would be a good first step. I mean, I think it would be some good PR. Yeah, I don't think that redeems them.
They need ENnie right now.
They are. It is. They after a year of blunders, almost rolling up on 2 years, they are walking through a desert thirsting for a drop of water. They're literally asking for privacy. At this point, yes.
Oh,
yeah.
Pat, we took a bit of a departure. We're talking about the WotC stuff with Portuguese just for a second.
Yeah. Because I am going to take like a 10-minute break because I need to eat. Actually, let me do that. I need to take a break for lunch. It's only going to be about like 15 minutes.
I gotta go eat too.
So yeah, we'll be back in on the Daggerheart stuff. But yeah, this was just one of those things that kind of came up around like accessibility in gaming and whatnot. And I hadn't said anything on this because I was too busy working on the Dragonbane shit. But yeah, Wizards of the Coast could have a super, super easy PR win here just by saying, you know what, we can't support the Portuguese groups in terms of print production, but rather than force you guys over into D&D Beyond subscriptions just to have our shit, we're going to release the PDFs of all the shit that we sent off to the printer, everything in Portuguese. You guys got it. You know, to do otherwise is just like, it's just forcing people over into either pirating your shit or what they're really wanting to do, push you towards a subscription service. Anywho, so I'm going to go on a little break here. I will be back. Sorry, I got the hiccups. I will be back. I'll turn the music up a little bit, and we'll be back in on Daggerhearts here in just a little bit. Oh, okay. Jump scare. Boo. Oh. Okay. Now, getting back into this thing. So we were at the domain cards. So these are going to be for any abilities, actions, other stuff that we're going to get. I was kind of thinking about this, and I'm like, honestly, this could be a cool direction for them to go in. But I would rather than like two subsystems that just seem to be kind of dedicated to wholly evoking the emotion narrative beats. I think that this could be a cool way to lean into like a TTRPG that is distinct and different. Like, I really do like the idea of this. I think this in combination with the dice will work. Like, this is operational. I'm gonna see a bit more because, like, we still haven't gotten into, like, I mean, yeah, we can see with the exchange of what happens with fear and all this other stuff. The GM is taking actions at this point. So there is a quote-unquote action economy here. I think that they didn't do a great job at expressing how the game is played. Because it was, where was this? This is all bog standard. Like, yeah, we know that is a TTRPG. We know that this is a game that is played as a bit of a conversation, an improvised conversation. The mechanics of the game help to mediate this conversation. Yes. I don't think it did a great job at nerds. Yeah. What up, Homer Simpson? You think they're banking on you watching the videos? Okay, if that's the case, then it's a poorly written game book. Like, yeah, if that's the case, then the criticism still stands. They're making a TTRPG product that needs to be its own independent book, and its own independent book needs to be able to stand apart from any video support. I mean, if we get like an EMP and then suddenly like, oh, we don't have connection to the internet for God knows how long, then like you would hope that people can still play Daggerheart, right? Just from like knowing and reading the book. I don't think it did a very good job right here explaining that there is an action economy to it. Can prompt the GM to make a GM move. So what this feels like is that there is there are times in which something is spent that results in the GM doing things. It's not just this floaty thing up here. And like, you know, some people really love the idea there are no combat rounds. I don't think that there's a problem with combat rounds, and I don't think that they're saying that either. Use the action tracker. In combat, Daggerheart has no initiatives, no rounds, and no distinct number of actions you can take on your turn. Instead, any fights that happen play out narratively moment to moment, just like any other actions characters might take. This provides the players opportunities to team up together in their tactics, respond appropriately to narrative changes in the scene, and not be locked into doing violence once the first strike happens. Similarly, enemies don't have a set... Wait. I'm not sure any TTRPG locks you into only doing violence. Similarly, enemies don't have a set order in which they act. Instead, the GM will make moves in accordance with the fiction. Oftentimes, these moves will happen when a player rolls with fear or fails the action they are attempting, but a GM can make... Okay. Anytime the narrative demands it. When they make a move, they will usually escalate the scene in an exciting and dangerous way. A character might take an attack from some enemies, become vulnerable, or anything else that significantly changes the scene. This creates a back and forth conversation that lets the story evolve organically between the players and the GM. I think this is like the second or third time I've read that. Okay. Whenever there's a combat scenario that's likely to last more than a roll or two, or when play moves to maps and miniatures at the GM's discretion, the GM should place an action tracker card on the table within everyone's reach. Whenever the PCs make an action roll, they must place a character token on the action tracker. While on the tracker, these are known as action tokens. It's important to note that these tokens are not limited. If a player ever runs out, they should just grab more. Okay. Wait, how is this not just initiative? Lancer combat? I still have not been able to go through Lancer yet. Yeah, the discourse on Twitter around the combat setup. I don't think that they did a really great job of expressing it, and I don't really know how this... Okay, The PCs aren't the only ones who use the action tracker, however. The GM spends action tokens to activate the adversaries. See, GM turns for using it as a GM. It can act in any order that they would like and take multiple actions in a time in a row if the narrative flow demands it. The game should continue as normal. The GM just has an additional tool at their disposal to help guide the combat encounter. However, players are encouraged to give others turns within the spotlight. If another player hasn't placed any tokens on the action tracker recently, consider letting them act if they want to before you do anything else. Okay. Okay. Yeah, it's a fluid initiative treated as if they can use a turn. Okay, yeah. Combat stuff on demand. Yeah. So this is not really an eased mental load on the GM. So when the GM makes a move, they can choose to spend any number of tokens currently on the action tracker. For each token they spend, they can activate an adversary on the battlefield to take an action. This could be casting a spell, making an attack, ending a temporary condition, etc. Think of this action tracker as the GM catching the actions of the adversaries up with where the players are in the fiction. This GM's turn lasts until they have exhausted all available tokens or all they wish to utilize at this time. Once they're done spending action tokens, play returns to the PCs. Typically, the GM should not activate the same adversary twice within a single turn, no matter how many tokens they have available. If they would like to activate that adversary again, they should do so on their next turn, when a PC rolls a failure with fear, or with fear, returning play to the GM. Okay. If they would like to activate that adversary again, they can do so on their next turn. So their turns are only coming up when the PC rolls with failure or fear. So this is like a 50-50 shot that anytime a player character takes an action, the GM gets to make a move. But we know that the players are getting their actions. And okay, puts a token on the action tracker, then another player can take a turn. When they roll their fear or fail, the GM can take a turn and spend the tokens. Yeah. So there is an action economy here. GM may clear 2 tokens on the action tracker in exchange for 1 fear. Similarly, the GM may exchange 1 fear to place 2 action tokens on the tracker. So the GM is accumulating fear, and this fear is gained anytime a player makes a roll with fear, and the GM also takes an action whenever this fear occurs. Correct? Yeah, there are a lot of meta currencies, yeah. Like, so, okay. So, if a player character is already rolling this thing with fear, and then it gives me a fear, I can take that fear and place 2 action tokens on the action tracker. When combat has come to a close, or the GM determines the action tracker is no longer necessary for play, the remaining tokens become fear for the GM at a 2-to-1 ratio. Every 2 action tokens left on the tracker gives the GM 1 fear. Okay. There is There is a wait. Roll with Fear gets them an action token and also a fear token that they can exchange that fear token for more action tokens. And you need 2 fear and an action token to cast silence. I'm guessing that's what this is here. Still requires 2 action tokens. That's action tokens. Okay. So if the tentacle holding them is destroyed, they automatically break free. 2 attacks per activation. Okay, damage threshold here. We still haven't gotten into the damage structure. Hit points represent the physical injuries and discomforts experienced by the player. Okay, your available hit points, sometimes called okay, is determined by your class. When you take damage, you mark between 1 and 3 hit points, representing that you've lost that much health. However, each class has a certain damage threshold, indicating how much damage you can endure before marking a hit point. The dark bars and the hit points and stress section of your character sheet show 3 tiers of damage you can take: severe, major, and minor. Okay, so Guardian starts with 6, 11, and 16. Damage rolls. You make a damage roll. Okay, when you succeed on an attack against an enemy, you'll make a damage roll to determine how much damage, and thus what tier of hit points. Okay, yes. This is exactly how I thought it was working. The damage dice used to determine the roll are usually determined by the weapon, spell, or ability you're using to make the attack. If the attack is using a weapon, the weapon's damage dice appear in active weapon section in your character sheet. If the attack is coming from a spell on a domain card or a class feature, it deals the damage dice used for the next move. Where are the weapons? I'm curious about... Okay, Warhammer, sure. D12 plus 2 fizz. Okay. Magical. Okay. Oh, damn. Oh, thanks for popping in, Ked. You don't see why they need to differentiate between action tokens and fear tokens. There's a difference in the exchange rate that maybe I just don't really know why, but yeah. Okay. Yeah, very close. There's where all that is. Very far. So it's not like there's a difference between a ranged weapon and a melee weapon other than the range is detailed right here. Oh. Oh. Pompous. What's that? Advanced. I'm really curious what the purpose of this is, having this many weapons that are broken across multiple tables like that. Hey. Dagger. Okay. So because you're holding this dagger, it's not an actual additional attack you would be making. It's a additional damage to your primary. That's an easy way to handle it. To scatter enemies. A grappler hook. So like a grappling hook. You may pull the target into melee with you. Boy, that's a lot of tables for this equipment section. Loot. Pull directly from the tables below or use them as your inspiration for your loot items. Items are loot that you can carry in your inventory indefinitely, unless you choose to get rid of them or something happens in the narrative. Hey, they will remain with you. Any ratio will automatically clear 1 stress. I do like having more structure to items. It's a lot to cover. Although I also like the approach, like what I was doing in Vagabond of like, here's this item, you know what this item is. Do we really need to get that into it? Like here, you're buying a bag of flour, you know what a bag of flour does. Next agility rolls. Okay, so they've got there is probably a way to order the equipment section a lot more concisely. 2 plus 1d4 hit points on the major potion. Okay. Examples of play.
You got a sec?
Who that? Hey, what up, Uke?
You know, I'm not intruding, right? You can shoot me.
No, yeah. If I'm in the live stream lounge, dude, feel free to pop in. What's going on?
Okay. Just a quick thing that I wanted to say. Like, I tried. You know how I was working with Phil on that mass combat rules. I tried making that damage threshold thing. I had a similar idea, but I could not get it to work, and I'm very, very frustrated. And also, like, not frustrated so much as I'm just like I'm happy and frustrated I didn't get it to work, and also like I see it like in a working state in this game, and I find that really interesting.
I mean, yeah. So I think they were saying earlier it's something from Shadowrun.
Oh, really?
Or at least someone in chat said that. Yeah, I'm not really familiar with it. It looks very similar to how this works in Zweihander.
I mean, I was thinking like it's kind of sort of like Lancer's frame system, where you have like 10 HP, and then you have like something that's like kind of sort of have a clock that it's a countdown timer that it's like each time it rolls over, you take structural damage. That's kind of like their way of like narratively simulating like, oh no, the main reactor's damaged, and you know, a way of like illustrating, you know, or like getting your mech's arm ripped off or whatever the hell, stuff like that. So it's like so like thresholds is a really, really neat idea, and I'm just glad that somebody's gotten it. I'm glad that the idea is out there somewhere. I just wish that I wish I could have gotten it working. It was just too much bloat when we were making our mass combat rules.
Yeah, I mean, so I think if you are going in for a more narrative heavy game, this makes sense. People aren't going to be used to this, but it does work. You know, so like the damage structure feels fairly similar to 5e, at least with what I was seeing in the weapons.
Oh yeah, for sure.
And you know, the hit point system, we know that this works because we've seen this in operation in other systems as well. Yeah, I mean, like this seems like this will churn.
It's also very similar to like Blades like stress and trauma sort of thing, where it's like small numbers, and I think that's it's a very smart idea for your HP totals to go over 100, let alone 60.
Right, because you're never having to track anything quite like, you know, we have 60 hit points and this thing hit me for 30. So, okay, now I go down to that. And then this thing hit me for 4. Okay, so now I'm going down here or whatever. No, it's like this is showing you like the impact of a hit. And that's cool. Like I was saying, it's kind of got that Call of Duty red periphery kind of feel, rather than like
that is actually that's a really good way of putting it, because it's like, I don't know, 10% of my health, 30% of my health is much more like instantly readable than like, 13 out of 37.
Right.
Even if they're technically like, the same.
Yeah, I like the idea. Oh god, this would be way too easy to implement in the Vagabond too.
If you don't, I will. I already have the title Hackabond like in my back pocket that I kind of want to. If I ever finish a few other projects on my back burner, it's like I want to do Vagabond hacks maybe.
That's super fucking funny. Wait, it could, because like all it would need to be is your hit points are equal to your might.
Oh wait. Oh.
Yeah.
Oh. Shit.
There's no extra math involved with that whatsoever, and then you just gain additional hit points through a perk.
Yeah, I suppose so.
Yeah.
Well, actually, hold on. Would you have a threshold system then, or would you?
You have to at that.
System?
Yeah, you have to at that point.
But like the difference between 8 might and 2 might is like so wide that like that's like the difference of, of. God, what was it? I don't know. Say, for the sake of example, let's say we're doing d8s of damage. Gosh, what's it? 4.5 times 8. Oh, jeez. Yeah, so like 4 HP and 36 HP. Like, that could be quite a wide band.
But I mean,
it would make armor work like how it originally did with like the armor dice way back when.
Yeah. Yeah, I can see that reducing, a major injury, bam, reduce that down just to a minor injury instead. Yeah, I mean, I could see stuff like this. This is, I think, I mean, I don't know if, because I always get in trouble whenever I'm like, oh yeah, this is really interesting, and then someone's like, someone else already did it. So,
but yeah, nothing's original ever.
Yeah, ever. So like,
there's only so many ways you can roll dice.
This is at least a bigger deviation from 5e than what I was expecting. And a bigger deviation from even 4e. Some people are saying that like, this is just like a Blades in the Dark thing. Is it?
I mean, in the same way that like, rolling dice is a Blades in the Dark thing. Because like, any Blades in the Dark popularized or repopularized the idea of like this character sheet UI where you have like, trackers rather than like actual numbers.
Right.
But, like that's very much a powered by the apocalypse thing.
So this is not an inherently bad idea. My thing is, I would just wish that this wasn't based on class. Like if I was to like hypothetically rip it for Vagabond, it would be completely based off of your actual stats, not anything quite like this.
I'm sorry, do they even like have? Oh yeah, they do have stats. Never mind. Silly question.
Yeah.
I don't even like actually have the PDF. I've just been like looking at other people's live stream reactions and reading through there, mostly Knights of Last Call. So like I'm getting a lot of this secondhand, but it's like this game is really interesting, and I could totally see myself making that like my a game that I'd run on the side or something. Like
it like for me, I like more bite to the tactics.
Yes, me too.
Whenever it comes to like the wargaming side of it, I like that,
Yeah, that's fair.
Where's you determining? Okay, you assign the values in the character traits. These values reflect your natural training. Okay, the 6 core strengths. Where do you assign these?
That reminds me, actually. It actually isn't completely ability related or class related. There's actually like when you level up, I think it was something like you can choose to like increase your, what was it? You can increase one of your thresholds or like increase health in like a certain ratio. I don't remember how it is, but like thresholds can be increased by a level.
Okay. Well, increased by a level.
So like leveling up, you can say like, oh, my minor damage threshold is 7 now or whatever.
Oh, here it is. Distribute the following starting modifiers across your character traits in any order you wish. +1, +2, +1, +1, 0, 0, -1. Okay, so they're going with a flat standard array. I've been calling this for a hot second. Every TTRPG is about to move over into standard array.
Yes, for sure.
It's just rolling for stats is just producing not great characters.
Yeah, that should just be like relegated to an optional rule for most games,
Yeah.
unless you're playing like Dungeon Crawl Classics, where half the point is that you like have a bunch of shitty guys that all go into a funnel and die, and whoever survives. Yeah.
To hit you.
Like, there's so few games that are about that. Like, it's all OSR that is doing that.
Yeah, and like even Merkborg, I'm like, it doesn't feel like there's so much of a death funnel. Like I talk about the lethality because it's like that's part of the comedy of it, not the challenge. You know,
Yeah.
That's the character to Merkborg is like where everything else is like it's super lethal. It's like it's lethal. Like, you know, it's a different kind of vibe. Shadow Dark went against the trend there. Yeah, and the thing is, Shadow Dark is delivering on the punch of an experience like the old dungeon crawler, but it's not like whenever we're talking about focus on like I don't mean to say like it doesn't focus on innovation, but like it's not really focused on some of the modern practical sensibilities, right? A lot of Shadow Dark is still delivering on the same experience, but with the design eye of a more modern philosophy, not exactly the focus on practicality of modern games, or the overall feel and I guess psychology to it, where we're like, okay, so the reason why I was like, okay, they went with standard array. This is the way that most games are going to go. Whenever it comes to roll for stat games, we generally dislike that because you either get absolutely absurdly broken characters or people who aren't happy that they didn't get an absurdly broken character.
Oh yeah, I've rolled for like stats maybe like 3 times, and every single time it's like it's never satisfying.
No, it never is. Hey,
Except
what up,
like
Blanco?
my most recent character, where it's, oh cool, I rolled an 18. That means that I can actually play a monk that doesn't feel bad to play. But that's a 5e-ism, you know.
Yeah. You appreciate rolling for a set of standard arrays? Hey, do I ever got a game for you?
Oh my god. That's actually, I really love that idea. Like
that building out the power, the point buy, and then distributing 12 different stat arrays for you to roll for?
I mean, yeah, kind of like, or even just like 3 different modes or 4 different modes of like the ultra specialist, the generalist, and the, I don't know, super generalist or whatever.
And this is one of the things that I was doing on Vagabond. Was I never wanted to roll with this game as a roll for stats, because I never had that really do good play feel in session zeros. So what I did was took a point buy calculator and just plugged in basically the equation for how we were doing point buy back then, and figured out that you can only possibly, with the point buy system, possibly create 12 different loadouts. So because of that, now with Vagabond, if you wanted to roll for stats, you just roll this an 8, so my stats are 7, 4, 4, 4, 4, 2. You know, yeah.
Right, yeah. Yeah, that works. It works. It just, you kind of just you don't have the massive swinginess of like, oh, my guy just doesn't matter as much.
Yeah. Okay, so stat distribution, evasion score. I'm guessing this is what the enemy has to roll in order to hit you. Shimmering arcane shields are battling. Okay, nimbly dodges out of the way. Yep. Narrative. health and stress. We went through that. Okay. Choosing your starting equipment. So you're getting physical weapons or magic weapons. These sheets, at least for the starting equipment, and the gear and everything, I can already feel, I think that needs to get toned down significantly. Seeing the different tiers of weapons, like this is a legendary great axe, and then there's this is a regular great axe. I'm like, I don't know that we needed to get that into it. You could just plug those in as traits of like, this is a masterwork weapon, so it gets a +1 to attack and damage rolls, or there's certain abilities that you could enhance. Anything that has the pompous characteristic.
You could probably do like a point buy system for most games' weapon systems, and just have them kind of narrate what the weapon is. Like, if it's a two-handed weapon, start at a D12. For every trait you add, reduce it by 1 size or whatever. Oh, train's coming. Hold on, I'm gonna mute so you're not inundated with sound.
You do like the experiences system? Yeah, I didn't really get into this. Your experience is one of the core ways you'll express your character's backstory and expertise through mechanics. An experience is a word or phrase used to encapsulate a specific set of skills your character might have because of the exciting life they've lived. You start with 2 experiences at character creation, one with a +2 modifier and the other with a +1. And you'll earn more throughout your adventures. Before choosing, you want to have a solid idea as to who your character is. The backstory questions are already helpful with this. When you're ready, work with your GM to pick 2 experiences that have shaped your character. Okay. This feels like developing a parasocial relationship with my character.
I mean, okay. Actually,
some people love it.
Like
some people love it.
It's background, but your background like doesn't stop at character creation.
No, it's 5e ASIs, but taken away from race.
Yeah. So I hate that they're called experiences, because experience is such a loaded word and has a very specific meaning in literally every video game to ever exist.
Yes, I don't like that.
It's like MCDM having like needing to rename every single thing to the point of like annoyance. It's like, right. But you start off with like one thing that you're like, oh, my character was a gardener. They'll know about the magical plants we encounter. And then, I don't know, in your first adventure, you find a magic crystal or whatever the fuck, and it's like, oh, I've taken an interest in geology or whatever the fuck, or I don't know, you fought vampires and now suddenly you can draw on your experience next time you have to face undead or whatever the hell.
Yeah, choose a word. I think it makes sense. Each experience should be something specific, such as talented or focused, or too broad, but they can be applied to most any situation. You might use swashbuckler or magic studies. Additionally, your experience can't give you spells or specific game abilities. For example, take flight or one-hit kill are too mechanically oriented, and you might consider acrobatics or assassin instead. You're also encouraged to add flavor to your experience to give it more variety. Okay, instead of just assassin, you can choose something like Assassin of the Sapphire Syndicate. This kind of detail gives your GM an exciting faction to weave into the campaign, and also makes it easier to use this experience outside of combat. For example, you might encounter an ally of the Syndicate. You might be particularly adept at negotiating with them based on your experience. Okay.
Perfect sense, yeah. That's very Cypher in a lot of ways too.
Yeah,
like,
I
am a thing who blah blahs.
Yeah. It's Y-hander too, actually.
Yeah, a lot of games that now that I think about it, but Cypher was the first one that jumps out.
Yeah.
To me for that. But it's also like a very like old school principle of what's it, like play to find out, where it's like you don't show up with a 20-page backstory. You're just a farmer at the start, and then you become something more, and then by the end of the campaign, you are a seasoned guy who's really good at riding horses or whatever the hell happened in your story. I don't know. Like
my kind of like qualm with this. God, I don't know why I'm hiccuping so much today. My kind of qualm with this right here is the kind of constant use of this phrase I keep seeing in here. Once you've worked with the GM, you should work with the GM. The GM should decide. The GM.
Yeah.
It's shoving a lot of responsibility over to the GM.
Yep.
Assuming that the GM is this master world creator or what the hell ever, rather than some dude that just wants to run a game. So maybe for GMs that like want to get the very specific Critical Role style experience and maybe feel like you're, evoking the more emotional scenes like they get in Critical Role, maybe this is for you. Maybe.
Asking the GM for like literally like everything has like a may I please go use the bathroom sort of thing, where it's like you don't need to ask them out everything. The players should have like some ownership over their character sheet.
Is it what was that called? Is it Mother May I play?
Yes it is.
I think Mother May I. I don't play Mother May I games. I really like knowing. Yeah,
it's why I don't like 5e as much nowadays.
Right. Yeah, exactly. I like whenever systems have the confidence to be like, this is what happens. Not like, if your GM, they think it's all right, or they don't want to use this rule, that's fine. It's like, dude, let me know about your game. Let me get the mechanics. Like, let me.
I built a character. How reliable can I do the thing that I built my character to do? I don't fucking know, because the GM is the judge, jury, and executioner of my character concept.
Yeah.
It's not great.
Wait, what do the bonuses do, by the way? Is it just to a roll? Just to a specific roll, right?
Yeah, so I'm hiding in plain sight through this crowd using my assassin knowledge. I draw upon my experience, and I add a bead to my roll because that's what we're doing to track +1s in this game, apparently. Yeah.
You add a bean to your roll?
A bead.
Oh, a bead.
I mean, I guess that makes sense, or a token, or whatever they're calling it. Like,
they really want you to have a bunch of trinkets to play this game.
Really want to sell those knickknacks. Oh, I see already.
Yeah, it really does want you to have a bunch of these like little tokens and stuff to keep playing.
Like, if they don't have a box set for this, like day one, they have really not understood the game they made.
Yeah, you're right. It really does feel like you're kind of clearing out the knickknack drawer in your kitchen in order to play this game in a way.
Oh yeah.
It just kind of adds to that sort of twee that I was talking about, where it's like it wants to feel kitschy and like unique and quirky, like you found this game in a back alley fortune teller's shop or something like that. Oh boy, merchandise. Yeah.
Yes. That reminds me. Does the character sheet have like a health bar at the edges? Because like then they could sell like little HP trackers, which is literally just a paperclip.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
The
amount of stuff they could sell for this. They will. Oh my god.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of the stuff that's being made in here, like the 2 different colored dice. And like it's fine if like this is adding a thing, which that is, by the way. I actually do believe that having the 2 different colored dice, the mechanic does justify saying you need to have 2 different colored dice. I like what that's trying to do.
People concerned about that, and I'm like, you don't already have a bag of dice? Like, what are we doing?
Yeah.
Why are you playing this game?
And then, of course, there's like, so there's not really a way that you would do a hit point tracker on this. At least not from what no, you could just put a paperclip over to the side like this and then push it further.
Yeah. Have you seen the Ironsworn character sheet?
Yeah. In Zweihander's is the same way.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. And that's like one of the major advantages of not having like a 150 hit point game. Like you can simply just slide a paperclip along a track and boom, you're golden.
Yeah, because your game feels a bit more like your character sheet feels more like a dashboard at that point.
Yes, and also like, if you have a pencil, you're constantly scratching out the HP total, and like you're wearing out your character sheet, and that doesn't feel great. I like holding on to my character sheets because they're like tokens of like memories I made, and like
they're memories, yeah.
Yeah, when I was moving like a few years ago, I found my character sheet from like probably one of my favorite D&D memories where we were all level 20 and we had a disagreement over who got to rule hell, and it became a giant like PvP war, and it was so cool. And I have my character sheet. I'm like, oh yeah, that was a thing, and I'm like, oh,
right.
I did not know how to play this game very well because I accidentally multi-classed in the wrong way. I had extra attack stacking on extra attack for multi-classing, and that's not how that works.
Yeah, right. Okay, wait. So, what was that? Why does minor damage threshold start at 4? That means no damage below 4 matters ever. So a lot of what I've been seeing in here, number one, if something is only rolling a d4 of damage and it's not adding a modifier anyways, that thing probably wasn't going to hit you anyways. Like, in a game like this where we have accuracy modeled after something that's only doing that much damage, most likely practically wasn't hitting you anyways.
Yes.
Now, like,
I do question why they even need to have a to-hit roll in the first place, aside from fear and hope, but I don't know.
Because rolling dice is fun.
It is. Okay, I take that back. Because, yeah, succeeding with fear gives a fear token, and that's the whole push and pull of the game. Never mind. That's a stupid question. Never mind.
Yeah, I like... Oh, 2 health bars feels clunky? Nah, it's fine. I actually like this a bit, because it's actually less cluttered than something like 5e, because you're not doing as much math. You're just literally looking at units. It might have the odd trade-off of saying that, like, well, this is like, the mental damage, and then this is the physical damage, and like, that's, yeah, they're doing different things. I like the idea of the resolution mechanic. I say that, and then I roll a 12 on this fear die, and then a 1 on the hope die. I like this resolution mechanic and what it wants to be. I don't think they've really explored it insofar as what I've seen in the system. To what... How do I put it? There's an interesting mechanic in here, but I'm not a huge fan of seeing a bunch of different subsystems in anything. I want to know one resolution mechanic that is doing the thing that allows me to engage with the other parts of the system. That's a personal take. Personal.
That was a little minor annoyance I had with Old School Essentials. Is that it's like 1 second I'm rolling a d20, and then it's like, I have a 1 in 6 chance of doing this, so roll a d6, and it's like,
dude, yeah. And then there's like weird situations where like the roll to hide is a d100, except for the halfling, which is a d6.
Why?
Yeah, there's because
it literally exists to replace the 100 in the first place. Why are we doing this?
Yeah, I was playing Vecme with Wally and like Wally, Fred, and AJ Pickett the other week, and it was funny because they were like, "Well, we enjoyed this game, but we enjoy Wally's version of this game," and and it was like, okay, so as I was rolling, I was like, "Yeah, see, here's all the reasons here's all the problems I have with the." Here's all the problems that I have with Vecme. It was like, I feel like I'm making different rolls for everything I want to do. And I'm like, what the fuck is happening? Like, in some cases, I'm rolling underneath this stat for, like, saving throws, I think it was. And then in other cases, I was rolling a specific thing on a tracker. And then that tracker was different, like, Thaco. And it was like, well, to hit with my melee is one thing, to hit with my range is another, but all I'm seeing right now is my to hit with melee, so I don't really know what that is. So, like, it was cluttered. Yeah, the open locks you used to roll D100. You still are, but there was...
Yes, that sucks. It's like... It's so pointless. A D20 is literally... It has the same... It's the same thing to degrees of 5. There's a 26 versus a 25%. It's no functional difference. Why are we doing this?
Yeah.
Like, it's stupid. It's so stupid.
I should try rolling up a character now that I've gotten a grok of the core mechanics. Okay.
You should roll up a warrior because they have like the coolest narrative or like mechanical and narrative synthesis I've seen in a while for one of their subclass options.
It's so funny how much Demiplane looks like D&D Beyond.
Oh yeah,
that's so fucking great. I love that this is just a giant middle finger.
Oh yeah.
All right, let me see here. You know, their logo does look pretty good whenever they're dressing it up all nice.
And no Drunken Yoda. I have not played like old D&D, but I've read Chainmail. I read First Edition.
Oh, I'm sorry.
0th Edition, and a little bit of Beckme. And
what was your thought on Chainmail?
Chainmail it's interesting. It's really interesting, and it's very interesting to see the pieces already in place for a lot of the game, but also like, oh, train, here comes the train.
Oh. Well, okay, I thought that was you answered to, and I was just gonna put your mom, but you didn't name for this character. We haven't really gone through and looked at the ancestries or anything quite like that. I don't know who do we got. Let's just do an orc warrior, sure. I answer to bub. All right. Pronouns bub boo. There we go. All right. Choose an ancestry. We're gonna go for orc, I think, right? And there we go.
Okay.
All right. So then their ability.
Quick note on Chainmail is that one of the things I realized was that when D&D introduced the to hit roll for individuals, I'm like, something has gone horribly wrong from the very beginning, because like it makes sense to like roll a bunch of d6s and see how many like hits count.
Mm-hmm.
It does not make. I don't think it makes much sense for like to roll a d20 to see if you hit on an individual scale, because then you're just wasting everybody's time when people are like missing left, right, and center.
Yeah.
So like from the start, I think that was like a terrible idea that has kind of sort of just hindered game design in a lot of ways. Like missing made a lot more sense when there's 50 guys attacking,
right?
Less so when there's one guy, and their turn takes like even 30 seconds.
Like,
let alone like the 10 minutes it takes in some games, you know.
Yeah. I mean, I get the same sense that I do with a lot of older material, and like it's just I don't think anything was quite perfect. Nothing absolutely nailed it, except for like Tetris. Somehow that guy got it right.
Game.
Yeah, somehow that guy got it right the first time.
Yes.
You
can run on a potato. It is like the most. It's perfect. It straight up is like. Nobody has made a game more intellectually stimulating while also being so accessible.
Yeah. Like,
I swear, it's like hard-coded in our DNA. Somebody was going to make Tetris eventually.
Highborn, the Royal Game of Ur. All right, so my community, this is going to get me another ability, right? What is Ridgeborn? I come from a mountain peak or something steady. So I have sturdy and steady, maybe? You have advantage on traversing dangerous cliffs and edges, navigating hard. Oh, yeah, they want to make these bitches foil. Huh?
That's where advantages come from, huh? I was confused on where those were. I thought that was like an ad hoc, like, oh, clever roleplay moment. You take advantage. Sort of
so thing. Some of it is a little bit more hard-coded. You also, okay. You have advantage on traversing dangerous cliffs and edges, navigating harsh environments, and survival knowledge. Also gain +1 to your armor score. So we had that other feature for our orc thing that enhances the armor stuff. So like this is just a natural like yes, you go that. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Of course. Okay. You said warrior?
Yes.
Blade and bone. Let me see what these abilities are like. So we'll just select it for now. Okay.
You're probably gonna call me cheesy for this because I think it's so cool. The Path of the Brave has like, you're gonna think it's cheesy, but I think it's really cool.
When you fail a roll with fear, you gain a hope. Once per long rest, before you attempt something incredibly dangerous or face off against a foe who clearly outmatches you, describe what ritual you perform or preparation you make to clear 2 stress and gain 2 hope. Okay.
So gaining hope in the face of fear is like, that's cool. That is really cool to me. I'm sorry.
It's
like,
yeah.
I am cringe, but that's what I'm feeling right now.
That's not cringe. That's just like, hey, it's a decent ludonarrative.
Yeah. It's like almost that alone makes like the fear and hope names like work for me. And then also like what the wizard getting to like doing bonus damage when they succeed with fear is also really neat.
Okay, when you roll with hope, you may choose to place a single 1d6 Slayer die on this card instead of taking a hope. You can store a number of d6 Slayer dice equal to your proficiency and can pick up any number of these dice and roll them when making a weapon attack or damage roll to add their value to your total. Discard any you use this way. At the end of your session, clear any remaining Slayer dice on your sheet and gain that many hope. Okay.
Yeah. I do wonder what the Guardian looks like though. Like, why did they feel they needed to be separate classes? That's interesting. I'll check that out later.
Yeah, let me see. Change class. Let me look at Guardian. Do you want to change?
Not that I disagree, because I was considering splitting the fighter into 2 separate classes for a thing I'm doing. That's just because honestly, I don't have a good reason for why. I just thought it would be neat. I mean, that's also kind of what the Vanguard is to the fighter.
Oh. When you take this foundation, raise all your damage threshold by +2.
Oh, wow, that's a lot.
That is a lot.
All damage thresholds? Holy shit.
When you take physical damage, you may spend a hope instead of marking. I mean, this is the difference between a D4 and like negating an entire D4 and negating an entire D6.
Yeah.
That's huge.
And that's before they even use armor. Like,
yeah. When you take physical damage, you may spend a hope instead of marking an armor slot to reduce the damage by your armor score. Okay. Well, that's kind of redundant with the thing that we picked up with the orc.
Oh.
Yeah.
Ooh, that's okay.
That's not good. You gain an additional armor slot immediately when you are hit by an enemy in melee range and use an armor slot to reduce the damage. Immediately do damage to them equal to your armor value.
Equal to your armor value.
Is this a passive? Because it doesn't.
Hit with an enemy in melee range and use an armor slot to reduce. And like, what was it? Plate mail is like a 9 or something, like something big. So you're doing like 2 damage probably to them before their armor value.
Okay,
that's
set your traits.
That's not nothing. Like that makes them like a menace. But it also like how are they? How is the Guardian protecting their friends though? Is my question. Because if somebody's really hard to hit and they punish you for attacking them, that just means they're gonna go fight your squishier friends. So how they protect their friends?
Oh wait, you can get magic weapons starting at 1st level?
Critical roll, baby.
Returning blade. Yeah, it's a magic weapon you can get at 1st level. Yeah, that is very much trying to hit that like superhero fantasy thing.
Yep. Critical roll's like world is like magic out the ass, where it's like they go to their magic shop and there's like 50 bajillion things and they have to invent like reasons for why they can't just like call in a favor with the guy that owns the magic shop to,
right,
like, rent all the equipment and like instantly solve the problem.
Here, we'll just take the tower shield because people are like, oh, it's like the Vanguard.
Yep.
Chainmail heavy
tower shields.
Base score 5. I mean, here's the thing. Demiplane is already doing a lot of this work for me. So what I'm going to do is, in the future, whenever I get the actual physical kit, I'm going to actually try putting it on paper.
Yeah.
Because Demiplane is streamlining this way too easily. So I'm curious what the actual process feels like.
Yeah.
Yeah. A secret key, and then we'll go with minor health potion. Sure. Take domain deck cards.
What does a minor health potion do? Like,
I think it was like 2 plus
like
D4. Yeah, like 2 plus 1 D4, which is huge in this game if it's restoring that tracker.
That's huge.
Yeah. And it stays relevant, it looks like.
Oh yeah, because your HP's not scaling to the point of like irrelevantizing.
Yeah.
Yeah, cool.
There's I am your shield. We'll take that because not good enough. When you roll your
okay. Go ahead, sorry.
No, I was just saying when you roll your damage dice, you may re-roll any 1s or 2s.
I am your shield. That's the one. That is how you protect your friends.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
When you make a successful melee attack, you can push the target out of melee range. Okay. Bare bones. While this card is in your loadout, you can choose not to wear armor. Your armor score is equal to 3 plus double your strength trait. 3 plus 4, so 7. 7 compared to... What's my character sheet look like right now? Armor 1?
I get the feeling this is probably going to be just a feat tax just to have this evocative character concept of the guy that's just unarmored.
Yeah. Oh wait, I don't think I don't think I have that armor equipped. Maybe that's what's going on. I don't know what she's doing in there. Okay. When you take damage from a creature in melee range, you may mark a stress to immediately deal weapon damage to the creature equal to at half proficiency. And it's just you're immediately dealing damage. You don't mark or you don't have to roll for it. There are so many games that are going for this. We don't want to roll anything. Or at least not attacks. I like it. Okay. Generate experience. Okay. Enter experience. Master Chicken Keeper. +2. And then voted sexiest abs in the room. +1.
Oh, only a +1.
Yeah. I mean, it's only in the room, you know.
Yeah.
Not like on the street or anything. Chicken Keeper.
Yeah, I can't have our experiences be too broad, or else the GM will be very mad at us.
Yeah. Okay. So, I will say that with Demiplane, this is really easy. But notice the important thing here. I haven't even read half of this book. So Demiplane is doing 99% of the work for me here. This is why I would rather try and do it.
Just like D&D Beyond.
Yep, just like D&D Beyond. So... Demiplane makes it incredibly easy. But... yeah, so I don't know that this is really a great example of what it means to make a character in the game.
Yeah. I mean, I suppose it's not that dissimilar from if you have all the cards and knickknacks. Like drawing the cards from the deck or whatever.
Mm.
But I don't know. It's tough to say.
The fact that its magic is only relevant to the type of damage dealt and the trait used to add bonuses. Does this generate a printable character sheet? Oh, I think so. Because
that's a good question.
It might. I was gonna check on something real quick. Oh yeah, shit. I'm also streaming Vagabond tonight. Oh man. Okay. So okay. Initial thoughts, because I do need to take some time off to like kind of do real life shit before I just stream Vagabond tonight. I will be looking at this more in depth later on. My initial thoughts are like, it's not. This is not god awful. Like, it's not.
This is a really, really solid playtest, I'd say. Aside from just like the pros being kind of ass.
I really don't like the voice in which it's written in. They didn't need to go into this in depth with it. Some of the there's some of these that I think like, yeah, of course they need to get an editor, but also like, they just need to focus on like, designers should really focus on just delivering the mechanic and making it very clear what it does, rather than like I was saying earlier, writing everything as if like they're having a panic attack while they're writing it.
Yes.
They
sounds, also have
yeah,
Laura Burner being is going to be doing work on it. So like, if ever there were a person to like to edit that into something good, like, she's probably the best at it. So
we'll see what happens.
Yep. I want to believe this will be really good, like straight up.
Yeah, who edited Candela?
I have no idea. That's a great question.
Yeah, your response is more of a stream of consciousness reaction. So okay. So this is at least like the core resolution mechanic is something that's different. It's different. I haven't seen it really explored to its fullest depths, so we'll see what happens there. There is actually a rhythm to a fight and a rhythm to combat that I think a lot of the Twitter posters just weren't really reading fully in depth into what it was doing. But my biggest problem right now is this game is really putting a lot of responsibility on the GM. Oh, yeah. This game looks more complicated for a GM, or at least it looks like more responsibility for a GM. And yeah, you know what? I'll even say more complicated for a GM than, I would honestly say, even Pathfinder.
Yeah. It's complicated in the way that like most PBTA games are not really rules light. They're very rules heavy in a different way.
Yeah. So for me, if a game is going to require this much crunch, or it's going to be asking this much of me as a GM, I have to ask why. And that's where I'm stuck at with it. And I think that if they want to stick with where it currently is, they want to move forward with, like, we have the domain cards, we have these 2d12s, one of these represents hope, one of them represents fear, yada, yada, yada. They have a working system core here. But I have to wonder why I would be doing this over something else. Because it's just not, selling itself to me yet.
I think this has a compelling reason to be played over like Avatar Legends if they like, sure, you know, if they hammer out a lot of the weird isms, but like this is definitely not going to replace, like, you know, a D20 dragon game that a lot of people are playing. Yeah, but that's fine. Like it shouldn't have to replace it in the first place.
I will say I've got a more positive response to this than I do to Dungeon World.
Yeah. I also kind of think like Dungeon World kind of sucks.
Yeah, I mean, Dungeon World is just too floaty for me. It doesn't feel like anything
World is not very well written in hindsight. Like the more I learn about it, it's like, oh, they kind of just bashed a D&D, like tried to bash Apocalypse World into a D&D shape, and it doesn't work out well.
Yeah.
Especially because like magic items straight up like break the game's math. If you have a +5 sword, then there's literally 0 chance of you rolling less than a 6. Like
it's
just kind of breaking the core premise of the system.
Yeah, you said it throughout the stream, but it really is an issue of the underlying procedures not providing a solid enough framework to work with. Good procedures will reduce the cognitive load by a lot. Yes, thank you.
Yes. I want them to cut the action tokens and just have fear be a resource that's 1-to-1.
Yeah, I could see that. I actually really like that idea. Yeah, the fear tokens. If you're already asking me, well, there's a thing that regenerates on this roll I have to be aware of. What was the highest or the lowest of that roll? Cool, I get 1 fear token, which I can translate over into 1 armor token, or 1 action token, or 2 action tokens, and then I have my cow card, and then my cheese factory cards, and then these. It's.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, thankfully the GM doesn't have like their own deck of cards that they need to be juggling.
For sure.
And the monsters are like, they have like 4 bullet points versus like the absolute clusterfuck that is like a 5e stat block or a Pathfinder stat block or.
Yeah, I'm not sure how they were inspired by Flea Mortals for their monster stat blocks because
minions.
Oh, it's just the tags. That's the whole thing that they pulled from that.
Yeah,
it's literally just the tags.
Don't they have like 1-hit kill minions though? I swore that was in there somewhere.
Yeah, minor 1 minion. But I mean, this was literally one hit die creatures from like basic expert.
I mean, yes, but also no. It's embarrassing that D&D got rid of minions. Like, God, it sucks. They got rid of that. It's such a dumb idea.
But I do think that we're going to see a diversity of stuff happening here. A diversity of games, a variety. If people are going to get all worked up about saying the word diversity, so like I think there's going to be a variety of games, and this is going to be one of those ones that is part of that variety. You know, I'll probably play test it and see what's up. But here's another thing of mine. I have never really done a deep dive into a system and had my opinion swayed in any significant way after playing it. So, never.
Oh, I can't think I've done that either, but actually, I was very negative about old school play before I like actually got to like really understand it. But
will I do an online playtest? What of this? No, someone's got to run it for me. I'm not going to run this thing. You kidding me? No.
I think I might run it on the server. Not gonna lie, on your server.
If you want to, go for it. Like I don't want to run it because this thing looks like a headache to run. Yeah.
I would probably need like. I'd probably need like 5 days to mentally prepare for it, though. And all things considered. But I also see like there's a ton of value in if you want to for the kind of like Covillian style dungeon master that wants to like fudge on the side of the players. Like they have a ton of resources to do that by like holding back their fear and stuff like that, or like waiting to like stockpile their fear until like they find the boss fight and then blow all that fear on like one super duper mega ultra attack. Like this is going to be the perfect game for some people.
Yeah, some people are going to love it. I think some people are going to love it. Some people are going to convince themselves that they love it.
Oh yeah, for sure.
And you know,
it might not for the audience they're targeting.
Yeah, if you really want like a very heavy acting role play table, then like maybe there's some secret tool in here that is just not clicking for me.
Yeah.
But yeah,
people have been saying for a long time like, oh, Critical Role should just make their own system because 5e's not working for them. And then they did, and then people were like, oh no, not like that. Like,
oh no, like I mean they if this is the thing that's going to work for them and it's the thing that like if Spencer Stark has unlocked some magic into like this is how you evoke the Matt Mercer feel for like storytelling or whatever, okay, well, like
yeah,
sure. But
I find the discourse around this thing exhausting already, and it's barely it's barely even out yet, and I'm already like, there's so much bad faith around it. And, like, I am not even like a fan of Critical Role at all, and it's like I don't understand most of these criticisms. Like, again, like the it's too much like 5e. Like, no,
it's not. Yeah, it's absolutely not.
It's
whoever.
no.
Yeah. So if I guess any of y'all in chat, if you ever see anybody saying that this thing is too much like 5e, completely disregard that person's opinions on literally
they are
anything.
Absolutely psychotic and don't understand anything about game design. If you're gonna say it's like a game, you can say it's like Fabula Ultima, you can say it's kind of sort of like 13th Age, but like with Avatar Legends stapled on top of it. But like, no.
Yeah. LOL, what? Yeah, it's like, so there's discourse going on that I think what those people are probably trying to say by saying it's too much like 5e is that the characters that this creates are essentially of the same thematic of a D&D
ancestry
5e.
background class. Like, yeah, sure.
Yeah. It's like, yeah, so that's fucking standard fantasy fare. Like, that's, yes, we're aware of that. And like, if people got away from it, then you'd have those same people going like, oh, you know what? Like, I don't know why they went with this weird thing over here. Yeah, some people just, not even just the drama, some people just want to be mad.
Yeah, that's true.
You're not on Twitter, how bad is the discourse? Yuke, you want to say
it's
it?
Not that bad. It's not that bad, but it's like, it's exhausting already.
Yeah, no one's really going at each other's throats, but it's a lot of people who have very strong opinions and they're half informed on it.
Yes, it's like, very a lot of these people are like only see a game as a physics engine, and that's creating like tension there.
Yeah. Some folks hate CR's popularity. Well, yeah, but that's not what's happening here is that there's some people
I hate CR's popularity, but I still don't think it's fair to criticize the game on that grounds.
Yeah. So you'll have people who are just participating in the discourse because they're involved in the TTRPG scene, and this is the way that they establish their clout, right?
Yeah.
Oh, dude, this is absolutely 100%. There are some people who have jobs. I don't disagree. There are some people who are currently working in this industry that the only reason they have their jobs is because they started shit on Twitter. 100%. So.
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah.
Anyways, you're busy, so I will leave you alone.
Oh, no, you're good. Anyways, shout yourself out and do all the... who are you and all that?
Oh, God. I am Ukulele. It's been a million years since I published anything. I swear to God I'll get something out maybe in the next few months. I was supposed to be finishing my first Substack article, and then you started streaming, and I have the attention span of goldfish, so I kind of stopped. But when that finally drops, I will post it. I'm making a bunch of Dragon Quest monsters in Pathfinder 2. It's nice. Looking really cool. Mostly just like I'm breaking the encounter design rules and like just trying to invoke the feeling of a lot of these creatures. It's been a lot of fun. Like the metal slime, like putting that to Pathfinder 2 was like very interesting because like they have mechanically it's like resist all damage, but they're weak to critical hits. And it's like I found that sweet spot of like you're going to be missing a ton, but if you do crit them, they die like outright. And I found like a framework that like works really well with that, and I'm very proud of how it's coming along.
Nice.
It's gonna be cool. I started this before Toriyama passed, but now it's like now I really want to finish it because Toriyama was like probably the greatest thing that ever happened to fantasy in like the past 50 years.
I marathoned all of Dragon Ball in the last like 3 or 4 days. Wow, last week. Wrapping up the Dragonbane script. I just had that going the whole time while I was working on that in the Vagabond update, and it was just like, man, yeah, this dude was responsible.
Nobody did it quite like him.
No. Mm-mm.
I just picked up my manga collection. I wasn't like reading in order. I was just thumbing through and just looking at my favorite panels. Like, oh my god, like the craziest skill that man had.
Yeah, and to anybody in chat who's only watched Dragon Ball Z, go back through and watch the original Dragon Ball.
And read it. Holy shit. Like, just fire on the page.
It's
one of those things, it's like it can't be that good, and it is that good.
There is just whenever you're watching Dragon Ball, it feels like a very how do I put it? Like, it feels like the whole world is just sort of stuck in this alien fantasy. But, like, whenever you watch, like, the original Dragon Ball, you really understand a bit more of the, like, grounded root of the world. And, Roshi's an actual character over there. Like, an actual character.
Kind of ruined him a little bit by, like, whenever they needed to pad for time, they're like, oh, let's just make him be a pervert. Like,
yeah.
But, you know, the manga's so good. It's like you actually see why, like, this guy is actually around, like, and why people tolerate him. It's because, like, oh, he's a great guy in some ways, even though he's a third ball.
Roshi's, like, legit as a character. He just happens to have the perv flaw.
Yeah, he should have stayed dead after the Piccolo Daimao arc, but
oh hell no, actually
he stopped doing stuff. He got to go out on his own terms. And I feel like, I don't know, killing yourself, that feels like a thing that, like, that could be a Dragon Ball rule. Like, if you die from a self-inflicted thing, you don't come back, sort of thing.
That
like,
is actually
in the perfect way.
That is actually
and then they
pretty.
Just proceed to run him into the ground.
Yeah, you know what? I would agree with that take. Actually, yeah, I would.
Yeah. Like, what else did he get to do? Like, nothing. Jack shit. Whatever. Who cares? He's a non-character after that.
Yeah, that's very fair.
And like Dragon Ball Super got to do like one cool moment with him, and then they also just got to do like the most, like, the shittiest sexual harassment gags that the series has ever like seen, and it's like, why we don't
wait now you want to read Dragon Ball and you're getting spoiled here? It's a 40-year-old series.
Yeah, everybody comes.
They say like this in Dragon Ball Z.
Everybody knows what happens in Dragon Ball on some level. Like,
man,
I never watched Dragon Ball Z growing up. I like was in the same room when like some of the Buu saga was happening, and then I was reading the manga. I'm like, oh, I know this moment. Oh, I know this moment. Oh, I know this moment too. Like, what do you mean I know this moment? It's like it's just so embedded in everybody's psyche through osmosis. Like, everybody, I don't know.
Yeah, there's certain frames of that show that are just burned into your mind. Like, actually, wait, is it 50 years old? I don't think it's as old as D&D, right?
No, it's 1984, I believe. Dragon Ball Chapter 1 release date. Zenshu. Jeez. 1984 was...
Oh, okay, yeah. Wow, so it is going to turn 40 years old this year.
Yeah.
Holy shit, that's wild.
That is wild, yeah.
God.
And the crazy thing is that he also just, like, that wasn't even his first, like, hit manga. Like, Dr. Slump was like a huge cultural phenomenon, like, on the level of The Simpsons. Like, what the fuck? How is he this good?
Dragon Ball was in 83. It's a 40-year-old series. That's such a thing to say, dude. I can't tell from the tone if you're actually mad or not, so I'm gonna roll with you got the joke. Anywho, yeah, I'm gonna get off of here too because I need to do a refresher on some shit and get ready for the stream later on. But yeah, first impressions aren't the worst thing in the world. It's certainly better put together than Candela Obscura already.
Well, yeah,
and yeah, it's not the kind of thing that I look at and I'm just like, this has no hope. I have seen some of those systems before.
But it does
where
have
I was
fear,
like,
huh?
Yeah, yeah. I have seen some of those systems before, or like playtests where I'm just like, this isn't going to go anywhere. Yeah. You know, so also, this is not one of those.
Much more solid foundation than MCDMs. And I say that as somebody that's
actually yes.
MCDM.
Yeah, because it feels like there's a better understanding for like the practicality of play in a way.
Yeah. Also, doesn't hurt that like Spencer Stark and Matt Mercer are very clearly like they've read other tabletop games from the past 10 years, and Matt Colville refuses to do that.
Yeah. Well,
that's a whole other thing.
Yeah, I need to I need to stay quiet on MCDM.
James Introcaso will come. James Introcaso will work it out. He's a genius. I have faith in him. But
all right.
but
I'm sorry, that 10 square rope was one of the funniest fucking things. Oh my god, that just immediately busted that game wide open. It was so funny.
Oh my god. If the rope physics are a little janky, that's a thing that's like, I'll live with that, but
there's a difference
funny,
between there's a difference between measuring distance and measuring size. And whenever you're trying to use the same unit of measurement as an abstraction for your size of a thing that you did for your distance, your physics are going to be a little bit weird.
Yeah.
10 square rope. So it's an overcodification problem. The thing is that they wrote an item for rope, and the description for rope is that rope is 10 squares long. Now, whenever you move it diagonally, that rope is still 10 squares long, which means that it has somehow...
Non-Euclidean rope.
It is somehow expanded in size, right? And then what happens whenever you cut that rope in half? Well, because it either no longer becomes a rope as per the game, or they've overcodified it and you just infinitely keep regenerating rope that is 60 feet long each, or 10 squares long each time. It's an overcodification problem.
Yeah.
In what game? It was MCDM. You can solve this super easily, actually, just by giving the rope a foot-based measurement, because then it means something differently whenever... it means the same thing whether it's diagonal or lengthwise. It was just that they overcodified it. Yeah.
In conclusion, you should have the Pythagorean theorem in every single one of your tabletop games. If you don't, you're a hack forever and ever and ever.
And, by the way, never put emotes and emojis in your fucking playtest materials. Never do that. No one will ever take you seriously.
Yeah.
Did you not see that?
I saw it. I just didn't care. I just straight up did not care. Like,
oh, man. In conclusion, use hex grids. There you go.
Use Pythagorean theorem. God, that reminds me. Holy shit! I was just reading a thread where somebody's like, "It's actually very easy to have a calculator for Pythagorean theorem on deck whenever you need to use it."
Oh Christ!
In your end tabletop play, and I'm like, I mean, you're not wrong, but also like, should you?
Well, it's like you have to either commit or not commit. Where it's like, well, yeah, if this rule is getting in the way, then we like just don't pay attention to the rules. But like, or we do what we can to like smooth that rule over. But if you go in and immediately codify something else that pays attention to these rules, you have to stay consistent with it. Yeah. And like, because I've played those games where it's like in Shadow Dark is specific about the measurement of a rope, but that's the rope as you would buy it, right? Yeah. And the rest of the game still operates on the assumption that we're not using an abstraction for measurement. We're using it for distance. So yeah, where's the emoji? On like the first page. It's like, what is a role playing?
Technically, but you know.
Well, there's an actual emoji in the Pythagorean call out.
Oh, they like straight up you call out.
It's an emoji, yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that one. Okay.
Yeah, I
thought you meant like just the XD or whatever the hell it was.
There that is in the beginning. Hang on, let me find it. Yeah, and like this is another one of those things where I'm just like, oh, come on. Yeah, it's right here. And they also formatted it just like the Unearthed Arcana articles, which was hilarious. There's an emoji. There's an emoji right there, and then an emote. And then I think there's 3 in the playtest packet. Where was the other one?
Anyway, I gotta go finish this metal slime stat block. I'll see you around.
Later, you. Thanks for popping in.
Thanks for letting me intrude and ruining your stream.
Nah, it was all good, man. I'll talk to you later.
All right. See ya. Bye-bye.
See ya. Yeah, and then there's the other one right there. So, all right. I'm a peace out. Thank you all for hanging out. It was a fun one. Like I said, this is not the worst thing ever at all. This still has potential. I think that all they really need to do is has potential. Nope. There we go. I need to. There we go. Yeah, I would like to see a little bit of reduction as to what's happening with all the like micro systems and shit. I don't see anybody is streaming right now. Well, womp womp. How about on Twitch? Mute this stream. Who can we raid? Who's on right now? Robear's just going to be running restreams. Okay, well, I am going to peace out. I hope you all are having a great one. All that good business. I'm going to rest up a little bit, and then I got Vagabond to run tonight over on Legends of Logomancy's channel. So come, hang out, do all that good business. Anyways, hope you all are staying safe, staying healthy, and we'll see you in the next one.